Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock and the inquiry is resumed. Just before we commence Mr. James' cross-examination, there's just a few housekeeping matters, hopefully much quicker than yesterday. Firstly, Mr. Woolley, Mr. Lansborough's note, I think you said to me that you were happy for that to be accepted.
Yes,
you did.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. In terms of the Rule 6 parties cross-examination of Mr. Mann, I think you've agreed a way to deal with that with Mr. Humphreys, is that right? Or are you still reflecting?
That's also right.
That's also right. Thank you.
I think, Madam, the point on that in particular was we said, look, we would do our planning closing at the end of the planning case, but clearly Mr. Mann's evidence that has the construction costs and viability stuff would not come until later. We would therefore have something in our compulsory purchase closing to deal with that during compulsory purchase, but say, look, in effect, this is an addendum to our planning closing. What I suggested to Mr. Woolley, and I understand he's happy with it, is that I was perfectly happy that he put in an addendum. He suggested, we agreed that could be just in writing. He wouldn't have to turn up, but he would put something in, presumably before we did, but on that basis, and I think that works between us.
So that's correct. I think I can cover it by comment rather than needing to cross-examine.
If that changes, just let
us
know and we'll make provision for
I want to avoid having to come to the CPO inquiry at all, if I possibly can. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that.
So what I do just want to emphasise is when we do close the adjourn the planning inquiry after closing submissions, I don't want additional evidence submitted unless if it goes to the viability issue and it's something that couldn't have been submitted before, that's different.
It's more the finance.
It's not an opportunity to then put other information in.
I will be careful not to introduce new evidence.
Yeah, I don't want to reopen parts of the inquiry. Thank you. Mr. James submitted, I was handed the two summary documents yesterday. They're essentially the same as the summary that Mr. James submitted before, so I'm not adding them as inquiry documents. I haven't gone through them word for word. Yes, sir.
Madam, could I make another clear about these acronyms? Yesterday afternoon I was here and I found it very difficult to follow, as maybe other people on Zoom who don't know very much about these things. So, like the Lord High Executioner of the Mikado, I have a little list.
Right.
I thought that Mr. Humphreys was the sort of villain of the piece.
Oh dear.
NRB, CCC, PCRA and RCF, none of which I could follow. And it's already slightly difficult sometimes with Mr. Humphreys' rather convoluted questions to follow, and this makes it even more difficult. But then Mr. James came on with LBIA, DMRD, EMBI, PRC, GIA, LFCA, FTB and MPP.
Right, they were all separate. It wasn't one. I think it's fair to say this morning you will hear the phrase LVIA quite frequently, and that's a landscape and visual impact assessment. Landscape and visual impact assessment. It's one of the core documents. In fact, I can probably give you the reference for the document. And if not, Mr. Flanagan probably get there quicker because I know it's on this list.
A15.8. CDA.15.8.
Thank you. If when we're using, so ES is environmental statement. What I suggest is people will try and use the full word before they use, and then say how it's abbreviated. But if we're losing you, if you raise your hand, and we'll try and pick it up. I do apologise. I do try and make sure that people explain what they mean, but I think we sort of get into the evidence and forget it sometimes. So do let me know if you can just do it by raising your hand.
I
If I can
apologise,
ask,
Madam, I should say, for using the acronyms. They're useful, but I will henceforth be known as Nanki Poo. The gentleman will understand the reference to the Mikado.
I think if we've explained the first time, then I think the gentleman will probably follow. But if we're only using it the once, it's probably better to do that. Okay.
Can I also apologise if that occurred? I can't think which character in the Mikado I would be closest to. Though I do have to say, no, I have sung in the Mikado as a chorus girl at my all-boys secondary school in 1962 or something. And I can sing as much of it as you like, but maybe that's not relevant to the inquiry. In my evidence, written evidence, I always try to write it out in full and then use the acronym afterwards. But I apologise if that didn't always happen yesterday.
I'm assuming Hif1 you're familiar with. Right. Thank you. Okay. So, as I said, I won't add Mr. James's the documents yesterday to there. Mr. Woolley, I understand there's some other documents to be submitted.
Not that I recall, Madam, no.
Okay, well, I'll prompt you. So there were some documents on behalf of Mr. Goodwin sent to the programme officer.
Yes. I'm aware of that document's existence. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Okay.
I rather think I need to have a look at it first before I decide what to do with it.
I think that's sensible. So maybe before lunch or just after lunch we could address that.
If that's possible, I will, yes.
Okay. There's
Madam,
also...
sorry, just
sorry,
to
Mr.
say
Humphreys.
on that one, just so that Mr. Woolley knows our position, subject to anything he may wish to say, is that this is inappropriate. We're not... It says in the document that it was something that was promised. The implication is it was something that you required of Professor Goodwin. We're checking all notes, and obviously there is a there is a live stream recording to see if that is the case. We don't recall such a document being asked for, and I think if it had been suggested at the time, I would have objected to the suggestion. It relates to induced traffic. That topic has closed. We've called our witness on this, and unless there is some better explanation, I will be objecting to it.
Thank you. Does that go for both documents?
Yes, one is a supplementary proof. The other, it seems to be a DFT report.
Right. I've not seen them, but the programme officers made me
Correct.
aware of them. So we can address that maybe after lunch.
I understand
That gives
Mr.
you a
Humphrey's
chance.
position. I'll consider it.
Thank you. And then the other issue is Ms. Jones. I understand that we've had a speaking note, which is helpful, but we've also had 3 additional documents.
Yes.
Can you explain what they are?
They were mainly to substantiate.
Could you put your microphone on?
That's it.
Okay. The documents were to substantiate statements I will make about lorry movements close to South Appleford, and also to substantiate a view regarding the reassignment of traffic onto the proposed road from the A34 and M40, specifically HGV traffic. So I just wanted to give a bit of additional backup to the assertions I was going to make.
Thank you for that. Mr. Humphreys, have you seen them?
I think Mr. Flanagan will deal with the detail of this. If I just make a general point, and this was perhaps directed more at Mr. Woolley and Mr. O'Boyne, there do seem to be sort of quite a lot of late additional proofs of evidence and or documents coming in. Now, sometimes additional documents, there is a particular reason, and we won't object, and Mr. Flanagan will deal with these ones. But having Rule 6 status brings with it certain rights, the ability to cross-examine, but it also brings certain obligations, and that is abiding by the procedure rules and acting fairly. I hope this is not going to be a practice that continues too much, but we'll look at everything on a case-by-case basis. So in relation to the 3 documents, I think Mr. Flanagan will deal with those.
Yes, no, these 3, they're quite short and specific, and so I've no objection to these 3, and I can ask Dr. Jones about them this afternoon.
Okay, then we'll accept those and add those to the list of inquiry documents. Hopefully we can do that over the morning break. But has everybody else had a copy of them? Ms. Dring, have you had a copy?
I think so, but I don't think it's concerns
not
matters that we're
Right.
intending to question on.
Mr. Henderson, again, I think it's probably not relevant to your case, but I don't know.
I hope it's not, madam, because I haven't got a copy. So.
You haven't got a copy?
No, but we'll track
Right.
that down at the break. It's unlikely to touch on what I need to be concerned with.
So Ms. Jones' evidence is about health issues.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, Joanna, can we send a copy to Mr. Henderson, please? Thanks. So, coming back to the point Mr. Humphreys made, and I think that's a view I've shared, it's unusual to have the number of documents coming in this manner. I think Mr. Hancock sent additional documents through probably over the weekend, and they're on the website, they've been accepted. He's also sent his presentation through. Can we have early notice if there's any other documents and not have them? There shouldn't be any other documents, and I appreciate it's difficult with Mr. Hancock to know how he's going to manage. Do we actually have any update from Mr. Hancock?
Madam, I made great efforts yesterday to contact him. He doesn't have the mobile phone. I called to his house last night. There's no one there. So one presumes, and I've left messages on his house phone, one presumes his wife is still in hospital, is not available this week.
Right. I think we need to proceed on the basis he's not available this week, would seem the pragmatic way forward.
Yes, and to obviously, we shouldn't be discussing the private matters in inquiry, but I'm very keen that we don't put any pressure on him. He doesn't feel any pressure that he needs to come or anything of that sort. And so I'm very happy that we tell him, look, he will not be here this week. I think we will need to have a discussion about, not now, but the next inquiry session, because clearly there's quite a lot of pressure now in view of time. I understand that we've decided that because Mr. Tamplin wishes to be present, Mr. Maddox should not be brought forward. Completely accept that, but we will probably, perhaps tomorrow, need to just have a short discussion about programming in that next session.
I think so. I've had a look at the timetable, and there's not many options. We might be able to bring Miss Ash forward if we've finished Mr. Jones' evidence, not for tomorrow, but we don't know Mr. Hancock's situation, and I think that's the
exactly. Let's work on the basis that he will not be here this week. Let's work on the basis that hopefully he will be able to be the first witness in the next session.
I think that's the practical way.
And we can kind of work back from there as to what that means for everybody else, I think.
And Mr. Lansbury, would he be available today or not?
Yes, he's here. We've made sure that he's here today. We're assuming that he wouldn't be on this morning, so he's not in the room, but he's available for this afternoon.
Okay, so we'll see where we get to today.
Madam, if you don't mind, could I mention, I've just liaised with a contact in the Poets group, and the advice back was that during examination you had asked Professor Goodwin, and he promised to send in the information referred to, and that's the basis on which it was sent. So.
Okay. I'll have a look at what the information is. I've not seen it. And if it is something I've asked for, I will accept it, but just as read. If it's not, then I won't accept it. Okay? I really can't, especially
Madam,
without seeing it, I can't recall.
If it is accepted, obviously we would like to reserve the right to put in
Absolutely.
a note in response to it. And it may be, looking at it, that there are some things, purely information things that could be accepted if those are things you've asked for, but some of the sort of commentary, if I may put it like that.
I didn't ask for commentary.
No, may not
definitely.
be appropriate.
So I'll have a look at what it is, and we'll move on from that. So that will be a bit later. Can I just ask, has there been any contact with Department of Transport yet? Or?
No, I'm liaising with Mr. Woolley today. I mean, if I could make the point that I stopped work last night at 10 o'clock, and I want to make sure that the wording is quite right on that.
I'm sure at 10 o'clock at night is probably not a good time to do that. So
that is planned. We're having a discussion at lunchtime on that matter, and something will emerge.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So the only other matters that I have in terms of housekeeping are there's no planned fire alarms and just the reminder about phones. Is there anything else? I'll start with Mr. Humphreys. No. South Oxfordshire. No. Mr. Henderson. Sorry. Mr. Flanagan out. No. And Mr. Woolley.
There's one point I wanted to raise, Madam. Mm-hmm. I learnt in the last few minutes that Mr. Maddox is not going to give evidence tomorrow. This is a matter of great concern to Mr. Tamplin, who wants to be here and hear him give his evidence. Am I correctly informed?
He's not giving evidence tomorrow. I don't think it was planned that he would give evidence tomorrow.
That's what I just said. He's not giving evidence tomorrow. Not giving evidence tomorrow.
Well, that'll be a great consolation to Mr. Tamplin.
Yeah. And that's what I said, because Mr. Tamplin wanted to be here.
Indeed.
Mr. Maddox is not giving evidence tomorrow. Because of that, I said, that puts additional pressure on the next inquiry session, where we've got obviously Mr. Hancock, but we haven't pulled any other witness out of that session into this session. Mm. And that's my point about having a discussion tomorrow. Sorry if that was not clear.
Okay. You're okay with that, Mr.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Has anybody else got anything they need to raise at this point? No? Okay. Thank you. In that case, I understand, Mr. Flanagan, you're going first. Mr. James, you've got Mr. Flanagan, Mr. Ing, and Mr. Henderson. Will cross-examine you. If you feel you need a break at some point, just ask. Okay. So, Mr.
Yes.
Flanagan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. James.
Morning.
So I'm going to start with landscape, move on
Right.
to Greenbelt
Yeah.
subsequently. So on landscape, just common ground, your evidence to this inquiry obviously does not contain a landscape and visual impact assessment for the Hif1 scheme, does it?
No.
In terms of now you're going to use the acronym LVIA, having introduced it. In terms of the LVA that we do have before the inquiry, the applicant's LVIA, if you go to your rebuttal your landscape rebuttal proof, please.
Yes.
And in that landscape rebuttal at paragraph 12,
yes,
you, second sentence, helpfully inform us that your disagreement with Jane Ash is not so much on the competence of the LVIA assessment, against which I have no methodological complaints, than on the interpretation that's put on them. Yeah?
yes, that is what's written there. I have elsewhere in my evidence made it clear that I don't have any disagreement with most of the baseline assessment of the LVIA. I do have a disagreement with what is a very frequent downgrading of the severity of impact in year 15.
Yeah, I'm going to come to that. So just take it in stages, what we can agree first. And then if we go to paragraph 3 of this same document, the rebuttal, again, some common ground.
Yes.
Paragraph 3, you say, other than the failure to provide any assessment of the impact of the viaduct across the gravel lakes immediately south of the Thames, which I regard as one of the 4 or 5 most significant landscape impacts. I'm going to come back to that. You say, I do not wish to contest the initial LVIA assessments at year 1, most of which are valid enough in terms of LVIA guidance, GVL Glivia, even if there might be some minor differences between different assessors. Yeah?
Yes.
So, position in terms of LVIA year 1, confined to minor differences between assessors. Yeah?
That's correct, yes. And I'll just point out, in relation to the gravel lakes, I think that matter was largely addressed in the rebuttal proof of Jane Ash.
There is, I think, difference on the year 15 judgments, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to debate detailed landscape and visual judgments with you, a matter of professional judgment, I'll leave those for the inspector, but I do want to pick up some points of difference. And the first one is this point about the viaduct across the gravel lakes, which you've just raised. And what you say about it, just be clear what you say about it in paragraph 3 there. First sentence, the failure to provide any assessment of the impact of the viaduct across the gravel lakes. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go to a few documents to have a look at this? The first is CDA 0.16.19, which is figure 8.14 from the ES.
Sorry, I have them all on my desktop, but I don't have necessarily have the reference. So this is this the Didcot HIF1 ES Appendix 8.5 Landscape Impact Assessment?
No, it's figure 8.14 from the ES, and you should see a coloured
It's a landscape character assessment.
Oh, is that the one about the North Downs?
Yes.
Okay, I do have that one.
Just to introduce this, Miss Ash can explain. It's the title is slightly misleading, perhaps more than slightly. It says figure 8.14 North Wessex Downs Landscape Assessment. It is figure 8.14. It's not, in fact, the North Wessex Downs Landscape Assessment. It's the local landscape character areas for the...
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Good, you've understood that. That's helpful. And we see those local landscape character areas, LLCA, listed in the legend on the right-hand side. Yeah.
Yes.
And we can see that the scheme goes through a number of them. Your evidence takes issue with the northern extent of the scheme, and we see that LLCA I is Didcot Mineral Workings.
Yes, I mean, I tend to go more by the LLCA numbers. The brown area that you're referring to
number 9
is LLCA 9.
Yeah, absolutely. And that goes, and that includes the gravel lakes that you're talking about.
Yes.
And the inspector may know where they are, but where they are precisely is to the northern area of that brown area, just on the south bank of the Thames.
That's right.
And indeed, the eagle-eyed among us might actually be able to see on that drawing, you can even see in faint writing, sand and gravel pits, roughly where they are.
Yes.
Okay. So that's orientating ourselves. And then come to the assessment. So if you now go to the LVIA itself, which is at CDA 0.15.8, Chapter 8 of the ES.
15.8. Now, I think again, that's not the actual.
No, it's
title.
Chapter 8 of the.
I think I know where you are, but I may. Well, it'll be one of two. I think it's probably the other one.
It's the LVIA, if that helps you. I think you've already referred to it.
It's ES Chapter 8. Yes, okay.
It is. And within that, could you go, please, to it's PDF page 19, and it's section 8.7, baseline conditions.
Yes.
And this is, obviously, as these documents do, looking first at the baseline conditions. And at the bottom of that page, you've got paragraph 8.7.9, if you're with me.
Yes.
And that tells us that within the site there are localised engineered alterations to the landform, including landfill, earthworks, bunds, embankments related to the existing infrastructure and flood defences, and water bodies formed from disused gravel pits. Yeah?
Yes.
That is what you're concerned with, the Finger Lakes south of the Thames. Those are water bodies formed from disused gravel pits, aren't they?
Well, that's the area I'm concerned with, but my point is that that baseline character of them doesn't reflect what they are now and have been for several years, which is restoring.
Yeah, I mean, the point I'm dealing with at the moment is that you say they weren't assessed. And so I just want to just look at the assessment of them. And just to be clear, the reference there to those disused gravel pits, water bodies formed from them, that is what you're concerned with, isn't it?
My concern is that they were assessed as disused mineral workings, not as the regenerating restoration landscape, which I went into more detail in my supplementary proof yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that there was no assessment at all. What I am saying is that they were lumped in with a general assessment of LLCA 9, which is of degraded post-industrial workings.
Okay. So that we can agree the baseline certainly expressly refers to them, and there's further references. I'm not going to trouble you with them all. So that's the baseline in the LVA. The next document you'll need to take this a little further is the reference is CDA 0.17.17, and this is Appendix 8.5 to the ES.
Again, I shall. No, I keep picking up on, I think, what's not the right one. Right. That's appendix.
It's called Appendix 8.5, Landscape Impact Assessment.
Yes, yeah. I'm getting there. Just the way I've downloaded them, several of the documents simply say whatever. So 8.5 landscape impact assessment.
Yeah. So we're still in the ES, still in the assessment of landscape impacts. This is a more detailed, granular assessment supporting the assessment. And if you go, please, to it's PDF page 13.
Somehow I seem to get from 12 to 14, then just bear with me. Yes.
And on that page, you hopefully can see in the first column, landscape receptor LLCA 9, Didcot mineral workings.
Yes.
Got there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, they're off the side of the page at the moment, but I'll reduce it suitably. Yes.
And then
I've got LLCA 8 firstly.
Thursday, and then we're concerned with 9. And
Yes.
the third column is description of landscape magnitude of impact. And for the LLCA 9 entry, halfway down there's operational year 1. See that?
Yes.
Have you seen this document before, Mr. James?
Yes, I have.
You have. Okay.
I've had it downloaded for about 2 years, in fact.
Okay, good. And in that text, under the heading operational year 1, the paragraphs are not numbered, but if you can see the second paragraph, which begins the viaduct crossing.
Yes.
So it there says the viaduct crossing and part of the River Thames Bridge will be across an area of engineered landform in the north of the LLCA, which was a former mineral extraction site that is undergoing restoration, but currently comprises areas of bunding and water bodies. The viaduct will sit above these water bodies such that it will not sever the landscape east and west. And there's some more commentary. And then the final paragraph, still in the same box on that page, last 3 lines, states the scheme will partially reduce the tranquility in the LLCA, particularly in the north of the LLCA, close to the River Thames, where the scheme is on viaduct and bridge, and the landscape is undergoing restoration. So, Mr. James, contrary to what you just told me a moment ago, contrary to your proof, the landscape assessment expressly recognised that these lakes were undergoing restoration, didn't it?
It recognises that they were undergoing restoration, but it didn't fully reflect the ongoing fact of restoration. And the other thing that section does is somewhat conflate it with the bridge crossing itself. I do accept that there is a reference to the restoration being in progress.
Yeah, okay, well, you accept that. Can I also ask you this? When you say in your rebuttal there was a failure to provide any assessment of the impact of the viaduct across the gravel lakes, that's not right, is it? Because we've seen it in black and white here.
Well, as I've said, what I think is the situation and what I think Jane Ash is accepting in her rebuttal is that the impact did not fully reflect the extent or indeed the purpose and the importance of the restoration. I do accept that she's saying that the viaduct crossed the gravel lakes and they were undergoing restoration, which isn't actually something she said in her proof of evidence.
Just dealing with your evidence at the moment, Mr. James. Miss Ash can come and give evidence in due course. And then the final comment on this, in terms of the assessment and the judgments reached, so we can see express specific reference to the area you're concerned with in the LLCA, the fact that it's undergoing restoration, so it's picked out that area, and then it's reached a judgment overall on impact and effect in respect of that LLCA on the right-hand side. That's what's going on, isn't it?
Yes.
So it hasn't ignored the effects on the gravel lakes. It's reached an overall judgment on that LLCA. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Right, so those are the lakes. If you take up your proof of evidence now, and if you go, this is your landscape proof of evidence,
yes,
please. And if you go to paragraph 8, please.
Yes.
Paragraph 8 is under the heading Core Landscape Objections, where you helpfully highlight what you say are the core key points. There's 3 bullet points there. The third bullet point, you say the most important impacts are at, and then there's 4 indents. The third indent is right at the bottom of the page, the viaduct across the gravel lakes. Just touched on that. In terms of the other indents under that third bullet point, the first one's the Thames Bridge, yes?
Yes.
The second is the countryside setting of Clifton Hampden bypass.
Yes.
Then we get the viaduct across the gravel lakes, and then the fourth is the Appleford sidings.
Yes.
Okay, so Thames Bridge, Clifton Hampden bypass, Appleford sidings. Those areas, the Thames Bridge, the Clifton Hampden bypass, and the Appleford sidings, are all areas where the LVIA identifies significant residual effects at year 15, correct?
It's correct, but it doesn't alter the fact that they've occasionally been downgraded from, for example, large adverse in year 1 to moderate adverse. Now the assessment, the LVIA assessment, then proclaims whether an impact remains significant or non-significant. But I would suggest that a large adverse impact would be regarded as more significant than a moderate adverse impact. So my main difference in this, as I've said previously, is this semi-automatic downgrading of the level of impact in circumstances where, to take the Thames Bridge and the embankment going across the floodplain, the notion that impact will decrease over time because of maturing tree planting.
Yes,
I don't agree with that.
Just trying to identify what's between us, Mr. James. I know your points on that. You disagree with some of the calibration of the effect. I understand that. You may say large, we may say moderate. But it's common ground that the LVIA does identify significant residual effects at those 3 areas that you identify, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
And you disagree on some of the calibration of the effects. You're not adding additional separate ones, though, are you?
Additional separate impacts.
Separate effects at other areas, significant residual effects that have been missed. You do not say that in your proof of evidence, do you?
Yes, that's fine.
So the LVIA has identified the right ones. The issue is to the calibration of the effect, correct?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Right. Next issue is in the same paragraph of your proof is about web tag. It's the first bullet point in paragraph 8.
Yeah.
And you say that the landscape assessment notes several large or very large adverse impacts in its LVIA and web tag analyses, but seeks to downplay them as either having minimal effect on landscape character areas overall or being inevitable in any highway scheme, therefore by implication not all that important. And then bullet point 2, you say assessment uses both LVI and web tag guidance but does not follow web tag guidance adequately, covered in more detail in the next section of proof, in particular reference to the most adverse rule. So you return to it as you say you do, a few paragraphs on, and you refer particularly to a preliminary web tag appraisal in the ES, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I want to have a look at look at that. So it's Appendix ES Appendix 3.1. The core document reference is A17.3.
It's the one I keep going to and then realising it's not that one. So, with any luck.
Any luck?
Volume 3, Appendix 3.1, extract from OCC web tag preliminary environmental impact appraisal report.
Got there very quickly, well done. Everyone else's. So, Appendix 3.1 of the ES CDA 17.3. Just if we have a look at what this document is on the front cover, as it says, it's an extract from OCC web tag preliminary environmental impact appraisal report 2018. Yeah?
Yes.
It's the date of it is set underneath that is September 2021, but that's because that's the date the ES as a whole was produced.
Yes.
The document is actually a full 3 years earlier than that, isn't it?
Yes.
2018. And expressly badged preliminary. Yeah?
Yes.
The section we're concerned with, or you're certainly concerned with, is landscape, and that starts at PDF page 12.
Yeah.
Section 6, titled landscape, because this document deals with all sorts of environmental issues. And on that page, PDF page 12, section 6.2, halfway down, says appraisal results.
Yes.
And it's got the subheading sections A and B and sections C, brackets W, I think that means west, and D. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you clearly understand this from your proof, but sections A and B are the southerly elements of the scheme, the A4130 widening and the Didcot Science Bridge. And you said yesterday you don't take any issue with landscape visual impacts for those, do you?
Well, I haven't addressed it at all.
You haven't addressed it at all. What you're concerned with are what's called here sections C, W and D, which is the Didcot to Culham River crossing and the Clifton-Hampton bypass.
Yes.
So we can just agree that's the terminology that's being used. So looking at section C and D, still on the same page, under that subheading, what it tells us is section C, W and section D, moderate adverse. Yeah?
Yes.
So recognising adverse impact, indeed moderate adverse, yes?
Yes.
Your proof, when talking about web tag, tells us that there's 3 categories in tag guidance: slight, moderate and large.
That's adverse. There's 7 altogether. There's
okay, so
neutral and 3 beneficial ones as well.
Yeah.
So it's slight, moderate or large adverse.
Okay, so
and very large in certain circumstances.
Okay, so it's not judged to be in the large adverse category. They've put it in the moderate adverse category.
Yes.
This preliminary 2018 assessment. And then the explanation under that tells us that, still on the same page, section C, W and D have the potential for significant impacts that may be unavoidable due to the nature of the required routes across the rural landscapes, including the River Thames Valley, resulting in landscape severance and affecting tranquility and existing views from public rights of way and other sensitive visual receptors. However, exploration of improvements to the landscape immediately surrounding the scheme and good design of the corridor and associated structures could help to integrate it within the context so far as is possible. Now, Mr. James, what that is doing is recognising that this is at a preliminary stage of the process and that there's a need to explore improvements, good design, etc., to see what can be done by way of mitigation in respect of any impacts, isn't it?
Yes, and I go on to talk about that later in my proof.
But this stage of the process, that hadn't been done, had it? That's why they've got that comment there.
There is a comment that there is the opportunity to explore further mitigation, but there is a baseline statement that the road in principle has a moderate adverse impact, and that doesn't mean that it could affect tranquility, existing views, whatever. They're saying it does as it currently stands. And other than fairly significant rerouting, there's not a lot that could happen to amend the judgment of moderate adverse. And if you look in my proof, paragraph 12, I write out what moderate adverse actually means. And it doesn't mean moderate in a conventional sense of, well, yeah, there's a bit, but it's not too bad. It means moderate in the sense that it is more than slight, less than large.
Yes.
But I can read out that.
No, well, I didn't ask you about that.
No, I know. But
I asked you about what this document is purporting to do. It is not purporting to be a full assessment, is it? Expressly.
It's not a final assessment, but as
no, not a full assessment, Mr.
No,
James.
it's a stage 1 of a
Yeah.
tag appraisal,
Yeah.
and that would go on to stage 2 and stage 3. But as I've said, I think it would take rather more significant changes to the scheme than have happened since 2018 for that assessment to be revised.
And then if we continue on in this landscape section, if you go to PDF page 14, there's a table, tag landscape impacts worksheet,
Yes,
and top right-hand corner it says section A. So this is the worksheet for section A, yes?
yes,
And then going to the ones we're concerned with, C and D, the C is at page 8, PDF page 18. And again, we have a single page worksheet. Yeah.
yes,
So that's the extent of the specific assessment, the specific tag assessment in this document in respect of the Didcot to Culham River crossing, isn't it? A single page worksheet.
yes,
And then similarly with Clifton Hampton bypass at page 20. One page.
yes,
And in terms of the moderate adverse, if we're on that page, page 20, this is section D. So this is Clifton Hampton bypass.
yeah,
If you look at the final column, step 4, section D impact, there's some descriptive text, and then under each judgment is reached. The first one is slight adverse, the second moderate, the third slight, fourth moderate. Yeah.
yeah,
So it's the moderate is built up by a combination of slights and moderates.
yes.
And
It's
then
important to note that these are what are called appraisal summary tables.
yes, but that's what this document is.
Yeah, well, no, it's the AST's, appraisal summary table is a specific stage in a tag assessment.
Yeah.
And that is what is then fed forward to the wider analysis, if you like. Yeah. And I think there are arguments against some of those assessments. I would certainly argue that slight adverse in relation to pattern is not what I would say, because if for no other reason than that the district councils have said that the landscape treatment isn't respecting the existing pattern of the landscape. But we end up where we are with moderate adverse impact as the overall statement.
We do. And then final page, page 64 of the PDF. Right at the end, comment. Final paragraph says, this web tag environmental impact appraisal has been undertaken at an early stage of the scheme, designed to highlight key areas of environmental risk at this stage. Appraisal has underlined the need to address the risks associated with heritage and flood risk at an early stage of the project through consultation and assessment, while landscape and townscape need to be incorporated into the design process to ensure mitigation becomes inherent in the design. It also emphasises data gaps and so forth. Plainly not safe to rely on such a preliminary assessment for the assessment of the scheme, is it, Mr. James?
Well, A, I'm not relying on it. I'm saying that that was what was there. My criticism of the assessment is that it doesn't follow TAG. So what seems to have happened is that, and I think Jane Ash actually says as much, that that TAG was regarded as appropriate for early stages of development, and you then moved on to LVIA through DMRB for environmental impact assessment, and that the TAG was no longer the appropriate document to consider. Now I've highlighted what is in the TAG documents, and again I have some bits of it printed out, so I can say that makes it quite clear that that isn't the case, that TAG appraisal can happen at any time in a scheme development, and that the relationship between LVIA and TAG is that LVIA provides an increasing level of information provision as it goes on, which then can feed into a TAG analysis. And the TAG is transport appraisal guidance, and it is not part of the business case. It then subsequently goes on to feed into the business case. And that this is an area where over pretty well 20 odd years since TAG was introduced, I've heard so many reasons why TAG shouldn't be pursued at particular stages. So I'm quite happy that that an initial appraisal was moderate adverse, and that moderate adverse means what it says in Unit A3, and that is a starting point for further assessment and analysis. And but I think...
Mr. James, sorry, I'll just stick to the question. The scope of assessment. We've got the preliminary TAG appraisal. We've now got a full LVIA, haven't we?
Yes.
The scope and methodology of which you take no issue with.
Yes.
It's plainly a comprehensive assessment, isn't it?
Well, I take some issues with the downgrading of it.
You take issue with the judgments. It's not. You don't take issue with its comprehensiveness, do you?
No.
No. The LVIA methodology, it's been explained in evidence, was agreed with Oxfordshire County Council as LPA, and also agreed with the landscape officers of the District Council, its scope and methodology. No, you don't suggest the contrary, do you?
No.
No. Good.
I do suggest that that stopping a TAG appraisal at that stage was the wrong thing to do.
You have not done any further appraisal in terms of TAG or other guidance beyond what's been produced to the inquiry, have you?
No, and with respect, I don't think that would be my job.
You've not shown that any further TAG appraisal would reach any different conclusions, for instance, to the LVI that's been produced, have you?
No, but I think it's incumbent on Oxfordshire County Council to update on the basis of the additional information it has, and for them to say, if they wish to, on the basis of that, it is regarded as slight adverse overall in landscape terms. They haven't done that, and I think they would have a great deal of difficulty in doing that because not enough has changed from the preliminary assessment.
Good. Okay, thank you. Next subject is trees. Now, if you take up your landscape proof again, go to paragraph 9, please.
Yes.
We're still under the heading of core landscape objections, which I'm interested in. Your paragraph 9 is the issue of tree loss and inadequate replacement planting was not covered in this objection.
That's the objection in January 23.
January 23.
To the planning application.
And you make some comments about it there and elsewhere in your proof. Just want to ask you about that. You'll need if you take up what's called CDC.2, Appendix H. And this document is the Arboricultural Impact Assessment Addendum, April 2023.
Appendix H.
Yeah.
Perhaps before we go there, can I say that I couldn't find Appendix W? Because
Well, we're on Appendix H at the moment, so let's
okay,
just
well, we'll
worry
come
about
to that if you want, that's fine. It's even called Appendix H on my top page. So
That's positive.
we're in business.
Good. So this is the April 2023 Arboricultural Impact Assessment Addendum, and this gives us some understanding of the position in terms of tree loss replacement coverage overall. If you go to PDF page 11, there's a paragraph 4.1.5. which summarises the position for us, if you've got there.
Page 11.
PDF page 11.
Conclusions, yes.
Yeah. And 4.1.5 there tells us that canopy cover loss to facilitate the scheme has been reduced from 121936 square metres to 121336 square metres. Amended planting proposals will result in 96751 metres squared, 12.05% of new planting after 10 years, assuming a 250mm annual growth rate, and 169749 square metres, 16.74% after 10 years, assuming a 500mm annual growth rate. Yeah? So in terms of that's a summary, there's more detail in the document obviously, but in terms of the position in terms of tree loss and replacement and canopy cover, we're losing about 121,000 square metres, and the replacement, obviously dependent on growth rates after 10 years, but the range is 96,000 or so to 169,000 or so square metres. Yes? Got the position, Mr. James?
I'm just
digesting it.
Digesting that paragraph.
Good.
Because,
well, and the range of replacement, the range being 96 to 169,000 square metres.
It assumes different growth rates.
Assumes different growth rates. For example, take something in the middle, 120, 130, 140, is pretty much replacing what's being lost, isn't it?
In terms of the 10-year situation,
yes,
that's the case. But the case I was making was based on the District Council landscape comments on it, which said that there was a net loss of 5,000 square metres, and that was the case I was basing on. Yeah. That in their view, that loss. Now, what we're saying here is that there was more like 25,000 square metres of loss at the time of construction, and that is improved as new planting progresses.
Yeah, replaced. It's not net loss, is it?
It's net loss at the time.
Yeah, not net loss after 10 years, is it?
No, and certainly after 100 years you probably wouldn't know that that there'd been a loss of trees, but the impact is nonetheless there during at least the 10 years. And I mean, if you take the lower range of that, you're saying that there is still a significant loss of overall tree canopy, and you're not talking, even after 10 years, you're not talking about the replacement of mature woodland by mature woodland. You might be getting the right sort of figures on the square meterage, but not on the impact of that loss.
So, Mr. Flanagan, can I ask on that paragraph, as well as square metres, there's percentages.
Yeah.
What do the percentages relate to? 7.84% of what, the total existing tree cover, or is it something else?
As I understand, it's the percentage of cover across the scheme.
The existing cover across the scheme, because it's just not, it might be if I go into the document much deeper, but it's not clear to me.
So you'd get some, if you go back, I think just one page, there's table 2, which may or may not help you. It certainly sets out the figures.
Page 2, canopy, so that's got removed. So it's a percentage of the original.
Yes, that's what I understand.
Okay, but that still doesn't quite make sense, because it's got, the first figure is the original assessment, and then the next figure is the percentage of the original assessment. So if you go forward to that paragraph we've just been looking at, the original assessment of tree cover to be lost was 121,936 square metres. So it can't be, is that 7.84% of total tree cover across the scheme? That's what I'm not very clear on. Perhaps you could look at it and maybe get Ms Ash to address it?
Yes,
that's
certainly,
probably
rather than
the
me
most efficient way.
Yeah, I'll ask
forward.
Ms Ash to address that.
Thank you.
Good. Mr James, still on trees, you take some issue in your proof with the proposal amongst the many landscaping and planting proposals which are part of the scheme to upgrade some of the planting to have 50 semi-mature trees. Yeah.
Yes.
We can agree as a matter of fact that planting trees at a more advanced state of growth potentially enables the benefits of mature landscaping to be achieved earlier, doesn't it?
No.
I'll try again, Mr. James. Planting trees at a more advanced state of growth potentially enables the benefits of more mature landscaping to be achieved earlier.
No. Yeah, I'll explain why not if that's important. The point is that, as I've said in my proof, even what is called in horticultural terms a semi-mature tree is bigger than an extra heavy standard tree, for example, which is not that much smaller than semi-mature. Any tree that is planted from standard trees upwards takes a lot longer to establish, and it will usually be found if you plant predominantly whips, saplings, whatever you want to call them, small trees under a metre high, they will establish a lot more quickly, and in the space of 5 years they will usually overtake a standard tree. In the meantime, the semi-mature tree, and it's part of my case against a semi-mature tree in this case, that it will by and large stand still for 10 years establishing. You will not have something that you'd say, oh, that's getting on for genuinely semi-mature now, and nowhere near what you would describe as a mature tree. So the benefit of planting a larger tree is very much confined to the early years of the scheme and to the fact that you achieve a differentiation in height at the outset.
Right, so there is benefit at the outset.
There is benefit at the outset when the scheme is immature. When the planting is immature, there is not benefit in advancing maturity more quickly.
Right, so there's benefit.
And my whole case is, I don't object to them planting semi-mature trees if they want, but I don't think planting 50 semi-mature trees across that scheme is so significant that it changed the course of the Planning and Resources Committee, is that PRC, decision to reject the scheme in July 23, but to accept it in September, which is the case that is made by the local planning authority. I simply don't buy that as a credible explanation for the change in tack on the decision.
And you also raise the reliance, the need to rely on high standards of long-term maintenance when you plant trees, even small or large, for the screening of this such a scheme, yes?
You need high standards of maintenance in all cases. With semi-mature trees, you require exceptionally high standards of maintenance. I mean, I would say that as a practicing landscape architect, I would possibly, for the reason I've said of creating a more diverse stratification of tree cover at the outset, I might and have gone to extra heavy standards. I think semi-mature trees, there have to be very special circumstances for planting them, and I don't think roadside planting is one of those circumstances.
Have you looked at the conditions in this case?
Sorry?
Have you looked at the conditions in this case, Mr. James?
Do you mean, what conditions do you mean?
That are proposed to secure the maintenance that you say is necessary?
Well, I haven't seen any. They've as far as was said at the PRC, that it would be established by conditions.
Yeah.
I would still say that the larger the tree you plant, the greater the risk of failure, irrespective of the standard of maintenance.
And you're aware that conditions have been proposed for precisely this matter? Long-term maintenance, yes? Or maybe you're not.
What's the condition in landscape contracts is that...
well, no, sorry. Are you aware or not that conditions have been proposed to deal with this long-term maintenance that you've said is necessary? You answer the question.
For this scheme?
Yes.
I'm not aware that specific conditions have been made as yet. But certainly at the time of the PRC in September, the indication was that the remaining issues on landscape could be sorted out by conditions.
Now, still on trees. Appleford Sidings Bridge, we will need Appendix W at this point. So what we're looking for is the Arboricultural Impact Assessment Report, October 2022, which is at CDB point 2, Appendix W.
Now, the problem I had was that I went onto the website and looked for...
Well, Miss Ash, actually, I think, may have it, and so we can perhaps provide you with a...
Well, that's fine. To cut a long story short, the website said that it said B2 to follow. So you had a list of B.01 down to goodness knows what, and there was appendix everything to Y, but it didn't include W.
Okay, well, if you just give us a moment, hopefully we'll be able to find a CDB point 2, Appendix W.
I think there was an issue, Mr. Flanagan, with the size of the document. I've used it from my own, the Inspectorate's website, file, but the one on here did take quite a long time to download.
So Mr. Davis actually has managed to find it on the website, so he might just lend his laptop for...
Yeah, we just use my laptop.
Well, yes.
If you have it ready to hand, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Davis.
I'll try not to take it home with me, because it's probably better than mine. Now, I will say in passing that the size of some of the documents was a particular problem to me. Living in the wilds of Dumfries and Galloway with a relatively slow internet connection. And in some cases I simply didn't download the document because I think I couldn't. So anyway, I now have...
You now have it, happily. So if we go to page 175, please.
(175)
of the PDF.
Yes.
Hopefully you should find there Tree Protection Plan Sheet 22.
At the moment, that even this wonderful computer is only finding a blank page. Right, it's coming up now. Um, 175, okay.
And
Probably
you see that's labelled Tree Protection Plan Sheet 22 on the right hand side.
Again, I have to get it down to...
Looks like this, Mr.
Yes, that's the plan I have. Tree Protection Plan Sheet 22.
And
Yes.
just in terms of, hopefully we can agree all this, just want to look at what's proposed. We can see the red dotted line of the scheme. You can see the railway goes north-south. And we can see the scheme, the curvature of the road, the Applewood Sidings Bridge. Yes? And we can also see between the railway and the new road the blocks of existing trees. Yes?
Yes, sorry, I'm just trying to orientate myself. Okay. So north is at the top of this plan, I'm taking it.
And you see the trees between the railway and the road. Mr. James.
I'm increasingly unsure whether I'm on the right page, in fact, because let me have a double check. Yes, I'm on page 175.
Sheet 22.
Sheet 22,
Yes.
and at the bottom of the page there's the outline of the top half of the lake.
Yep,
And then just beyond that it says pond,
it does.
and then just and so beyond that you have the railway, the bridge over the railway siding.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Yes, I'm in the right place.
And between the road and the railway, the trees. Yeah. Blocks of vegetation.
Yes, I can't actually see a road on this.
The road is the...
Well, it's going parallel, but what you can see on the plan is the end of the gardens down to the railway and the outline of the back of the houses. That's what I can see.
Yes, and to the west of that is the road.
Yes?
Good. And between the two, we see, final time, the blocks of trees, Mr. James?
Yes.
You're aware of the existence of those?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yes, good. Glad to hear it. And this is a tree protection plan indicating that those trees are proposed to be retained, protected.
Right.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And have you been on site to see
Yes.
what exists here? And you'll be
Yes.
aware of the height of those trees, the density, the extent of the planting that existing at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah. Significant screening between on the west side of the railway, isn't there? In short, that's fair.
Well, significant screening, but not for every single property along that section of the road. And you have to remember that you're looking at what's the screening going to be at road level plus 4 metres for HGV traffic on it,
Yeah.
which is significantly different from whether you can see, for example, the railway sidings from the back of the houses there.
Yes, of
It's
course.
significantly different from what you can see at existing ground level, is what will happen when there's a major embankment behind it.
Yes, of course. And we've produced some plans. I don't know if you've seen them with the heights of the bridge on it.
Yeah.
You've seen those?
Yes.
And if we go to those, so they're inquiry documents 49.1 and 49.2.
Mr. Woolley, did you say you had 2 copies? I think you were given. Is it helpful to pass one to Mr. James?
I thought I had 2. Yes, I have.
Is this something
There's
you
a
asked me
hard-
to
there's a hard
download?
copy there.
It is, but I asked you to download it, but it would a hard copy would be useful, I think. Thank you, Mr. Woolley. And there's 2 sketches that have been produced as requested. The first, sketch 1 of 2.
Yeah.
Got that? And this is, you'll see something similar to the tree protection plans we were just looking at. You can see the existing vegetation supplemented in these drawings because it's based on the master plan by proposed further planting. And what's been added to the drawing is some estimated maximum tree heights. You'll see that in the tree blocks along the eastern boundary of the road. For instance, the middle one, estimated maximum tree height 17 metres. To the right of that, estimated maximum tree height 12 metres.
Yes.
And so forth. And then if you go to the second sketch, sketch 2 of 2. What's been produced is on the bottom half of that page a profile of the heights of the bridge, and you'll see the landform varies significantly, but you've got the meters on the left hand side in AOD, and you can see that right at the left hand side AOD about 51 metres, and the bridge, the proposed road level above that 60 metres or so. Then you've got the noise barrier on top, that's 3 metres or so, and then what's indicated as highest level of tallest trucks would be another metre or 2. So at its put them all together, you get somewhere between another 11 and 15 metres. You see up to 65 metres AOD, Mr. James?
Yes.
Okay. So you referred me a moment ago to the need to consider the height of the bridge, height of anything on the bridge against the height of the tree planting. So you can see that exercise done here.
Yes.
The tallest trees would exceed even the height of the tallest vehicle on the bridge, wouldn't they?
In the fullness of time, but people do
fullness
have to live there for 15 or 20 years before it begins to get within sight. But the other...
No, hang on, Mr. James. Existing trees. These are not...
No, okay, I understand your point there. That
so it's not in the fullness of time, is it? This is at day 1.
Yeah. I will say that I'm surprised if they can get the road up that high, so close to existing trees, without any damage to them. But that's another matter.
It's not a point you've raised in either your proof, rebuttal, or any other evidence you've put in
my proof,
to date.
But since you've drawn attention to it now, that is a comment. The other thing is that you have to take winter and summer conditions into account.
Of course.
That the tree canopies are, there is visibility through them in winter conditions.
And then finally on this, and indeed finally on landscape, I think, can you go to what's called Inquiry Document 43, which is some images and speaker notes produced by your fellow witness for the Joint Parish Councils,
yes.
Mr. Hancock. I just want
yes.
to ask you about something that's shown. So it's Inquiry Document 43, and it should be a 21-page PDF. Some notes to start with. I'm not going to ask you about those, obviously.
Yes.
And then behind that are some images.
Right.
And the first image starts at PDF page 10. Got that? You should be number 1, aerial view of Hif1 close to southern Appleford.
Yes. This must be a large file because it's taxing my computer, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, let me know when
It's okay, I've got it now.
Good. And you're on page 10, are you?
I'm on page 10 where it says aerial view of Hif1 close to southern Appleford.
Okay, and then there's that aerial view, and then I go over the page, it's number 2, view of Hif1 and adjacent dwellings in Appleford. And so this is a model which has been produced in respect of the area that's shown on the plans we've just been looking at. You can see the Appleford properties, you can see a railway, and then you can see a model which has been produced by Mr. Hancock of the Sidings Bridge and the road, yes?
Yes.
So if you look at 2, and also you just go over the page to number 3, which is described as view of Hif1 from adjacent bedroom window in Appleford. And Mr. James, you'll see that no screening at all is shown in these visualisations in 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Mr. James, you're a retired member of the Landscape Institute.
Yes.
Plainly a visualisation which omits all existing, let alone proposed, screening is not an appropriate way to understand landscape and visual impacts, is it?
Not on its own. I think it's a useful starting point.
Well, how useful as a starting point is it? Is it if it removes the up to 17 metres tall trees that are existing at the moment?
Well, it shows you what would happen if the planting weren't done, and the next stage would be to say this is what it'll look like in year 1, this is what it'll look like in year 10, and you can get a clear impression. I mean, I'm not Chris Hancock.
No, but
I didn't produce this. I didn't collaborate with him on it. All I would say is that what I would say he appears to be doing is to show the potential extent of impact of the road.
Mr. James, before you move on, let me just ask you about that. You said the potential extent of impact. I quite understand that you might, for year 1, not show the proposed planting because it hasn't matured yet. But what you would show, you as a retired member of the Landscape Institute, is you would show existing planting. You wouldn't remove all of that, would you?
I think I could agree with that, yes.
Good, thank you. Mr. James, I'm now going to turn to Greenbelt. And Madam, if that's a convenient moment, that might be
That's probably a sensible point to pause.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. James, you're obviously impaired over
Sure.
the break, but somebody will sort you out of the dream call. Thank you. So if we return at 22, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
I'm obviously too shifty looking.
Oh, are we waiting for Mr. Humphreys? No. Okay. In that case, we'll resume. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James, so some questions on Greenbelt now, and you'll need the National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, which is CDG.20. Yes. Good. And paragraph 155C. Surprise. Which provides some certain exceptions to inappropriate development in the Greenbelt.
Yeah.
And
sorry, I wasn't switched on.
Thank you. So the introductory text says, which you'll be very familiar with to you, of course, certain other forms of development are also not inappropriate in the Greenbelt, provided they preserve its openness and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. So those are the provisos. And then it says these are, and the list, the one we're concerned with, or particularly concerned with perhaps, is C, local transport infrastructure, which can demonstrate a requirement for a green belt location. And to take it in stages, local transport infrastructure, you don't dispute in your proof that the Hif1 scheme is local transport infrastructure.
That's correct.
Good. Second part of that is which can demonstrate a requirement for a green belt location. Now, you do not show in your evidence any alternative alignment for the Hif1 scheme which would avoid the green belt, do you?
No, but it's not about alignment, it's about strategic alternatives.
Well, I'm just dealing with the Hif1 scheme, which comprises roads, bridges, cycle, walking infrastructure. You do not show any alternative alignment for that scheme which would avoid the green belt, do you?
No, I don't show an alternative alignment.
So, insofar as we are dealing with the Hif1 scheme in terms of highway, cycling, walking infrastructure, that scheme, you don't dispute, can demonstrate a requirement for a green belt location.
That scheme can demonstrate a requirement if you want to build a road from the Thames crossing to the end of the Clifton Hampden bypass. But it's the core dispute that's before the inquiry, I think, as to how necessary that is. And if the conclusion is that it's not necessary to do that, then the necessity to build a road through the green belt vanishes.
So we can agree that the local transport infrastructure that is proposed can demonstrate a requirement for a green belt location, yes?
Well, as proposed, there is no way it could go that wouldn't go through the green belt. That's quite clear. I mean, it actually ends in the green belt.
Indeed.
Well, it begins and ends in the green belt. So.
And because all of the land north of the Thames that we're concerned with is in the green belt.
Yes.
If you went west or east, you'd still be in the green belt.
Yes.
So there are plans within the documents of the green belt, but it extends up to the east of Abingdon, and if you go further east, Clifton Hampden, all around there, you're still in the green belt. You're not going to escape it.
No, I mean, as soon as you're crossing the Thames at that point, you are in the green belt.
So we can agree that if you're going to provide a river crossing anywhere around Culham, if you're going to provide access to the strategic site Strat 8, Culham Science Centre, Strat 9, land adjacent to Culham Science Centre, and if you're going to provide a Clifton Hampden bypass, all of those three things will necessarily be in the green belt.
Yes, the only dispute is whether that road is necessary, and if not, then it doesn't have a requirement for a green belt location.
Yes,
because it doesn't exist.
The strategic alternative argument, we've had evidence on strategic alternatives. So then we come to the provisos in 155, the introductory words, and that requires, the policy requirement is to preserve openness and not conflict with the purposes of the green belt. Yeah.
Yes.
in terms of the policy, we can agree that the wording says preserve its openness. It is not any more prescriptive than that. It does not say fully preserve openness or have no impact on openness whatsoever, does it?
It says preserve, which I think has a fairly precise definition.
Well, it requires an overall judgment by the decision maker as to whether openness is preserved, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's clearly possible, isn't it, Mr. James, that you could have some limited impact on openness and still preserve it overall, couldn't you?
I have said that there are certain aspects of it that could probably be achieved without harming the openness, but I don't accept that things can be done that harm the openness, but not to such an extent that that it constitutes appropriate development in it doesn't constitute inappropriate development in the green belt. I think as soon as anybody is saying that there is harm to the openness of the green belt, then that proviso kicks in.
Well,
and what I've said in my evidence and my rebuttal of Mr. Greep is that I don't see any of these things that he claims, that there is a threshold of harm, of acceptable harm. I don't see that in that proviso.
Well, hang on, Mr. James. It can't be right that just because that any impact on openness is incompatible with openness overall being preserved. That's an extreme position, isn't it?
I'm saying harm.
So, negligible harm?
Harm to the openness.
So you'd say negligible harm?
If something is adjudged to cause harm, I mean, if you want to say that the Thames Bridge and the embankment are negligible effects on the openness, then I would flatly disagree with you.
No, Mr. James, you know full well I'm dealing with it in the generality at the moment. We've got to understand what the policy means first, and then we try and apply it. And
yes.
Testing your position that you say any harm whatsoever, as I understand you, means you can't preserve openness.
Anything which is judged as harm affects the openness.
Okay, so you might have some impacts on openness but are not judged as harm. Is that what you're suggesting?
You could put it that way.
Yeah, okay.
But
I'm happy with that. Again, now that's preserving openness. The next part of the test is do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. So we've got the policy wording there, does not conflict with purpose of including land within it. It doesn't say, we can obviously agree, have no impact on greenbelt purposes at all, does it?
Well, it says what it says. It does not things that do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it.
So just as with openness, it's possible that you might have some impact on purposes, but not overall conflict with those purposes.
Yes, I think there's a difference between some impact and conflict, and as soon as it's defined as conflict, as I go on at great extent in the proofs and rebuttals, that has been the judgment of all concerned from goodness knows how far back, certainly through the whole planning application process. And that judgment was not changed, and then only, very belatedly for a start. And as far as I'm aware, it's only the Oxfordshire County Council as applicant who have endorsed the view that some harm to the green belt is possible without it destroying without affecting the policy of preserving openness.
And so you do accept that there is a judgment to be reached by a decision maker as to when impact, either on openness or on purposes, crosses that line into not preserving openness or conflicting with purposes. There's a judgment to be reached.
There's a judgment between assessing an impact and assessing harm, certainly.
Okay, that's helpful. And then take up your rebuttal, please, your green belt rebuttal. And if you can go to paragraph 10.
Yes.
And paragraph 10 of your Greenbelt rebuttal, you're responding to Mr. Greep's proof of evidence. And you say Mr. Greep uses the Hinkston appeal inquiry findings to support his case that there can be degrees of harm to openness that still meet the test of preserving openness in the framework paragraph 155C. He relies in particular on the conclusion quoted in 437. This is a quote from a Secretary of State decision. It says the Secretary of State agrees with the inspector in IR 327 that the transport infrastructure would erode the open feel of this part of the Greenbelt in spatial, I would have thought, and visual terms, and would harm openness. However, he agrees with the inspector that the local transport infrastructure proposed in the Greenbelt would not, by reason of its nature and scale, be sufficient to exceed the threshold set out in paragraph 146 of the framework, which you accept happily in your footnote is equivalent to 155 in the current framework. He concludes the exception for local transport infrastructure would apply, that the proposed development would therefore not be an appropriate development, and so forth. And then in paragraph 12, so having quoted the Secretary of State's decision in that case, you then say, paragraph 12, put simply, you put it in bold, MPPF 155 does not imply that there is an acceptable level of harm to openness. Yeah?
Yes.
The Secretary of State, in the Hinkston case, expressly found that there was some harm to openness, but nevertheless found that there was no conflict with 155C and that openness was preserved. Yeah?
I would have to go back to exactly what he said.
The bit I just read to you.
Right. I mean, that's what he says.
Yeah.
You jumped over paragraph 11, which was the my response to what was said there, and the conclusion wasn't material to the dismissal, so there was an opportunity.
It may not be.
Sorry, I'll finish this point and then you can come back to me. The conclusion is internally inconsistent. The infrastructure would harm openness, but it would not harm the Greenbelt. That is, to me, a fundamentally inconsistent statement. And there is emphatically no threshold of harm set out in MPPF, paragraphs 146, 155. So, a Secretary of State's decision on a case that wasn't tested further because it wasn't material to the outcome of that case is a precedent for as long as it takes for somebody else to come to a different conclusion. I mean, we see this happening all the time in planning circumstances. You see it in the courts that go from an initial judicial inquiry to an appeal court to the House of Lords, and those views on the correct interpretation of the law or guidance do go back and forth. What I'm saying in this case is that there was no opportunity for it to go back and forth as a discussion, and it is only as good as the current situation as a rather shaky precedent.
You finished?
Yes.
Mr. James, the simple point I was trying to put to you is that you disagree with the Secretary of State's approach to his own policy, don't you?
Yes, because I don't think it's reflective of MPPF paragraph 155. So that's what I've said in paragraph 12. The MPPF 155 does not imply that there is an acceptable level of harm to openness. If the Secretary of State has chosen to interpret that otherwise, then so be it. But it isn't there.
You advise the inspector to adopt an interpretation of the Secretary of State's policy which is different to the Secretary of State's own interpretation. That's what we're doing.
I'm not going to invite the inspector to do anything that's way above my pay grade. I'm sure that the inspector listens to all the evidence that is presented and will reach her conclusion on which of those outcomes she accepts.
Good, thank you. So that's the policy, and in terms of the evidence, just want to go back to the landscape visual impact assessment on this. So back, please, to CDA.15.8. That's ES Chapter 8.
Sorry, 15.8.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
And in that LVIA, CDA.15.8, if you go, please, to PDF page 42.
Yes.
And on PDF page 42, we've got table 8.11, summary of landscape receptors.
Yes.
And just, we'll come to effects in a moment, just dealing with what the landscape receptors are identified to be in table 8.11, and we see them there, the national character areas, the Oxfordshire Wildlife Landscape Study LCAs, and then over the page there's LCAs from character assessments, and then there's the ACOM defined local landscape character areas. They're all listed there, 17 of them. So those are the receptors that the LVIA uses for landscape. Mr. James, yeah?
Yes.
Continue on PDF page 44. We've got summary, table 8.12, summary of visual receptors.
Yes.
And they're listed there, all 48 of them, going over a few pages.
Yeah.
And in terms of effects, as assessed by the LVIA, if you go to PDF page 70, you get table 8.13.
Yes.
And table 8.13 is summary of likely significant landscape effects during construction and operation.
Yes.
This is the LVIA assessment. And so we looked at the receptors a moment ago for landscape. This looks at likely significant landscape effects at firstly construction, secondly operation year 1 winter, and thirdly operation year 15 summer. And we can see that by year 15, operation year 15 summer, the only significant landscape effect, residual effect, assessed by the LVIA to exist is on the site of all the landscape receptors. That's what the LVIA concludes, isn't it?
Year 15.
By year 15. It's the only...
That's what it says, yes. And I question what is meant by the site in this. If you mean the actual bit of ground that all the infrastructure is built on, then...
I'll let Miss Ash explain that.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't agree with that.
So that's what the LVIA assessed. So you've given your evidences to your judgments. And the judgment, we can agree this, the judgment for the inspector, therefore, would be whether the residual effects we see there, or if you want to calibrate them differently, so be it. The residual effects there question whether they're compatible with preserving openness and not harming the purposes of the green belt. Yes.
That depends on exactly what the table's about. I don't think, is the table purely about green belt?
No, it's about residual landscape effects, which are potentially relevant to green belt impacts.
Yes.
Yes?
Well, in that case, I disagree with them, because it's not what Jane Ash has said in her wider evaluation and what she confirmed in her rebuttal, that there is residually significant landscape impact in the Clifton Hampton farmland area and at the Thames crossing.
let's let Miss Ash give her evidence when she comes to give evidence, but there is a judgment to be reached at whether the significant landscape residual effects, as assessed here in the LVIA, or indeed if you invite a different assessment, so be it, as to...
No, sorry, I am saying as in the LVIA, because that was Jane Ash's conclusion on the residual effects in those areas. So I'm slightly at a loss as to why this is simply saying, or if it is, that it's saying nothing more than that that the actual ground that the road sits on is where there's residual effect.
Well, you may
because that's not my reading of what she said.
You may be at a loss, Mr. James, but that's what it says, isn't it?
Well, that's what it says, but it's not what she says, or
Okay,
it's not what the LVIA says elsewhere. Yeah. There is a residual significant effect on the Thames National Trail. Now, that's not just where it goes under the bridge.
Well, if you go to the next table, Mr. James, table 8.14, summary of likely significant visual effects during construction and operation. And there, in a similar format, we've got construction over a few pages. We've then got operation year 1, which starts at PDF page 73. And then finally, starting at the bottom of page 7, PDF page 74, we've got operation year 15. And Mr. James, can you see there, we've got views from South Appleford, that's viewpoint 10. There's a significant residual effect there. Views from the Thames Path National Trail, 4 viewpoints where there a significant residual effect is assessed to exist. Yeah.
Yes, where the residual effect is moderate or large.
Moderate or large. 1 from entrance to Culham Science Centre, view 27. And then views around Clifton Hampden, there's 5 listed there. Yeah.
Hmm.
And in terms of what they are assessed to be, as you identified just now, for the Thames Path National Trail, 2 of them, viewpoint 19 and 20, residual effect, large adverse.
Yes.
All the others assessed to be moderate adverse, not large adverse.
Well, yes, but moderate adverse can also be significant.
Well, it is.
In LVIA.
It is. I'm not going to take
okay.
that. It's common ground, Mr. James. So
it's nice to have some, isn't it?
Yeah, so the 2 large adverse significant residual effects out of the 48 viewpoints, 2, and the other ones are moderate, that remain significant. And again, Mr. James, so the exercise involves judgment as to whether those significant residual effects are compatible with preserving openness and not conflicting with purposes overall. Yeah.
Yes, because you talk about 48 viewpoints, but that's over the whole 4 sections of the scheme.
Okay, well.
What we're talking about here is the significant places that we've talked about where Hif1 would have impacts on the openness of the green belt, and so for 10 out of 10 that we've got there that are within the green belt, they are regarded as having moderate or large effects, which you are saying is treated as significant.
Sorry, it's not 10 out of 10 at all, Mr. James. The ones in the green belt start with the views from the Thames Path National Trail. That's number 18.
Yeah.
18 to 21 are in the green belt. 27 is in the green belt, and then 31, 34, 36, 36A and 37.
Yeah.
But there's all the rest of 18 to 48 that are not listed there, which are not assessed to have a significant residual effect, are they?
Yes, but where are the other?
Well, we know where they are.
They're not in the green belt, as I understand it.
All the ones from 18 to 48 are. The ones with lower numbers, for instance, number 10, which is in Appleford, are not in the green belt, are they? Because they're south of the river.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not 10 out of 10, is it, by any means, Mr. James?
Let me just refer to what this table is.
It's significant residual effects.
Yeah. and then it has... Right, so we go right through to the end. Okay, so you are saying that there are 30 sites, 30 viewpoints within the green belt, of which 10 are regarded as significant.
Yes.
I think that's a fairly high proportion
Well,
in
8
terms of
moderate adverse.
in terms of harm to the green belt. Yes, but significant. You've accepted that this is a list of the likely significant effects. And the other point I will make is that, and it goes back to this whole thing about year 15, you accept that there's a large or a very large adverse impact in year 1, and they then go to saying large adverse, moderate adverse in year 15. But that potentially means that there's 14 years in which the impact is higher than what is stated to be the residual impact thereafter. There is no statement at what point does that assessment shift within that 15-year period. And I would suggest that by and large it's towards the end of it, because it relies heavily on the planting having impact as it grows. And that, by and large, certainly won't happen before year 10.
Good. Then finally, very special circumstances. In the framework, it's paragraph 153, familiar to us all probably. The test for very special circumstances is that the potential harm to the greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm resulting from the proposal is clearly outweighed by other considerations. Yeah?
Yes.
That, in this case, I'm going to suggest, depends largely on weighing the need and the benefits case, which we heard a great deal about a few weeks ago, against any harm, any environmental or other harm, yes?
Yes.
I'm not going to go over the need and benefits case with you, of course, and other witnesses give evidence on other environmental harms. We've also discussed landscape and visual. There's one point I want to deal with you on this, which is in your Greenbelt rebuttal, paragraph 23. Greenbelt rebuttal, paragraph 23. You're responding here to Mr. Greep's proof of evidence, and you say the proof of evidence, GB Greenbelt, skirts around the position of South Oxfordshire District Council. Yeah?
Yes.
As to an extent does SODC in its own statement of case to the inquiry. One might say, well, that is their position, but in any event, I just want to deal with this point about the position of SODC in the local plan. You refer to Strat 6, which provides protection for the Greenbelt. Yes?
Yes.
So Strat 6 provides protection, but let's take up, please, the South Oxfordshire local plan, which is CDG.1.
Yes.
And within that, could you go, please, to reference PDF page 151. And hopefully you'll find
yes.
You've got Policy Trans 3,
yes.
Safeguarding of land for strategic transport schemes.
Yes.
And obviously Policy Trans 3 is in the same plan as Policy Strat 6, which you quote, isn't it?
Yes.
So Policy Strat 6 providing protection for the Greenbelt.
Yes.
In the same plan, need to read this plan as a whole, we've got Policy Trans 3, which paragraph 1 says, land is safeguarded to support the delivery of the following identified transport schemes. Bullet 1, Clifton Hampton Bypass. Bullet 2, new Thames River crossing between Culham and Didcot Garden Town. The local plan obviously provides protection for the greenbelt, but expressly safeguards land in the greenbelt for this scheme, doesn't it?
Yes, it is safeguarded land.
So it recognises, notwithstanding that the plan protects the greenbelt, it recognises the potential for transport schemes, indeed this one, to come forward in the greenbelt.
Well, what safeguarding does is protect land from other planning applications and developments that might affect the ability to deliver a particular one in future. I don't think that safeguarding has anything to do with the merits or otherwise of a scheme. They have agreed to do it, and I think, if I remember rightly, going far enough back, that if a county council has a scheme that it wishes to implement, then the district councils are bound to safeguard the route for it. I don't think the safeguarding is any evidence in particular on the district council's desire for the scheme to go ahead. I accept that it's there for strategic purposes. I also accept that Strat 6 is written almost entirely in the wording of MPPF 153. So their aim is to protect it, but they acknowledge that there can be very special circumstances. I don't think safeguarding rules out a finding that the very special circumstances do or don't exist. Okay, it merely safeguards the route.
Okay, well, if the safeguarding's not good enough for you, go to page 148.
148?
Yeah.
Yes.
PDF. And on PDF page 148, you've got policy trans 1B, supporting strategic transport investment. Paragraph 1.
Yes.
The council will work with Oxfordshire County Council and others to, go to Romans 7, support the development and delivery of a new Thames River crossing between Culham and Didcot Garden Town, the A413 widening, safety improvements and so forth, and the Clifton Hampton bypass. So it's not just safeguarding, which you're equivocal about, Mr. James. There is express support from the council in their adopted local plan, which has been found sound, for the scheme in the Greenbelt, isn't there?
Yes, I don't think it comes as any news that the district council support the scheme. Well, they've said that in as many words in several documents.
Well, Mr. James, it comes as news to you, it seems, because you say Mr. Greep skirts around the position of South Oxfordshire District Council, and his position directly reflects South Oxfordshire Council's support for the scheme, and in fact it is your position which is directly contrary to the adopted policy of South Oxfordshire District Council, isn't it?
Yes, I would argue that South Oxfordshire District Council's policies are internally inconsistent.
Okay.
Because another part of the policies, another part of their submissions on this inquiry, on the application, are that it's inconsistent with policy ENV1. That's what their landscape officers have said about it. So I don't think that the positions of the district councils are entirely without scope for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. James. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Miss String or Mr. Henderson next? Sorry? Miss String. Can I, well, I'm just the same. I've just got to get my charger. I'm so sorry. So, Ms James.
Thank you very much, and apologies in advance for my croaky voice today. I'm labouring a little
I'm
bit.
getting that way myself.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Copious
you've probably got more of an
water.
excuse than I have, to be fair. So Mr James, I'm obviously focusing on the green belt with you. I'm not going to ask you any questions about landscape. I understand you've commented in part on SODC's position, but I'll ask Ms Baumann to address that when she gives evidence. I'm just going to focus on green belt and in particular very special circumstances.
Yeah.
Now, you are a retired landscape architect, aren't you?
Yes.
And I think you told us in both of your proofs, your qualifications and your experience is as a landscape expert, and you've also had some involvement with sustainable transport.
Yes, but the evidence I've submitted at inquiries and 40 years of professional practice are very much bound up in planning issues. And so I have a degree of familiarity with Greenbelt, which is a planning issue rather than specifically or purely a landscape issue.
But nevertheless, you don't have any formal qualifications. You're not a member of the RTPI, for instance. You haven't practiced as an expert planner in your career.
No, I have a long-standing hope, wish, ambition that what matters is the quality of evidence rather than the initials after the name. So the fact I'm not a planner doesn't affect my ability to make assessments on planning issues, and as always, it is for the inspector to assess the validity of those arguments.
And particularly obviously I'm interested in very special circumstances in that element of the case.
Yes.
That involves, doesn't it, weighing up all of the potential benefits of an application in the round. So it's essentially part of a wider planning balance, is going to take in all planning considerations.
Yes, I mean, it opens the Pandora's box of the whole of this inquiry, because it does revolve around things like induced traffic assessment and the validity of traffic forecasting, the extent to which Hif1 will meet the strategic objectives it has when there's so much evidence to the contrary. And I would say above all, there's this basic question of, and it's at the heart of MPPF, that there's a presumption in favour of sustainable development, that right from day one has invited the question, what is sustainable development? And in a very broad sense, I would say that housing that requires £300 million to be spent on what is primarily a road scheme, for all that the evidence has been put that it's a multimodal scheme because it includes facilities for cycling and stuff. It works out at about £20,000 per dwelling. And I think that if housing needs that much highway infrastructure for it to be viable, then it is not sustainable development.
Yeah, I mean, it's not very usual for a landscape expert to enter into the very special circumstances balance, but you have done so, and you've given a view, and I think you're the only witness for the Rule 6 objectors who has done that exercise, so I'm going to ask you a few questions about it.
Yes, but
Yeah.
that's look at the other side of my career, which is as a sustainable transport consultant, which I was practicing between 1996 and roughly 2016.
Now, in your proof of evidence, where you deal with very special circumstances, you address, and I'm looking at your paragraph 19 of your Greenbelt proof, two particular aspects that you say are relied on as contributing to the very special circumstances case. Those are preventing or delaying planned growth, and then gridlock or harm to the highway network if growth comes forward without Hif1.
Sorry,
Yeah.
this is paragraph 19.
Your paragraph 19, I'm just really
Yes.
summarising what it
Yes,
says.
that's fine.
Now, the second point, I think, relates to these issues around predict and provide and induce traffic and alternative solutions and so on.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not going to be covering that with you, and we've heard a lot about that already. I want to focus on the first point about preventing or delaying planned growth. Now, you deal with this in your proof, sort of paragraph 25 and onwards, and I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that your focus there is very specifically on the Culham Science Centre and the planned growth of that, that area. Yeah. Now, I don't know if you have read Mr. Wisdom's evidence.
Yes, I have.
In which case you will presumably be aware that the Hif1 bid, the business case that was put forward to get the funding, wasn't in fact predicated on supporting employment growth at all, whether at Culham or elsewhere, but actually on unlocking housing growth, hence Housing Infrastructure Fund, So the whole purpose of that scheme was to help deliver the housing, and in the South Oxfordshire local plan there are specific strategic allocations of housing around Didcot, Culham, Berensfield, and I don't think I need to necessarily take you to them because we've already looked at them a number of times in this inquiry, but there is policy wording for each of those allocations which makes clear that the number and the phasing and the timing of housing delivery depends on planned infrastructure, which includes HIF1. Do you agree that that's an accurate summary of the position?
I think it was housing growth that was the driving force behind HIF1. But obviously part of that equation is where and how residents of those housing schemes will be travelling. And so inevitably centres of employment are part and parcel of that. And this again, it just comes back to this fundamental thing that there is a long-standing approach to highways planning that says if you build so many houses, they generate X number of trips a day, and a percentage of those trips will be by car. And there are fairly standard national data for those things, and that kind of prevailed for a long time, even though for 30 years we have had official government policy to reduce traffic. And what's generally happened until, well, certainly through my life as appearing at inquiries, which was mostly between 96 and 2012, is that there was a certain amount of hand-wringing that says, well, we'd love to do that, but it just isn't realistic. Whereas now what we have is that policy direction is in direct collision with the climate imperative. And I think, in a way, and it's maybe getting broader still, that this has to be tackled. We simply have to find better ways of building houses without them being reliant on 80 to 90% of the people living in those houses travelling by road. And the last large scheme I worked on that wasn't an inquiry was a report called Transport for New Homes that was funded by the Foundation for Integrated Transport and reported, I think, in 2016. And it looked at satellite developments, which were all described as sustainable development. One of them, I can remember off the top of my head, was, I think it's called Cranbrook, near Exeter. One was called Dickens Hill, near Solihull. One was Allerton Bywater, outside Leeds, which was the second Millennium Village. And in all of these schemes, all the policy documentation led, as it does with garden towns, which is where the relevance to Didcot comes in, on the fact that they would be integrated developments that obviated the need for so much travel by road. And the outcome for all of them, with the interesting possible exception of Poundbury, or Punbury as they call it, outside Dorchester, which was the then Prince of Wales pet scheme, that one achieved that objective rather better than the rest. And for all the rest, this detailed analysis showed that the vast majority of travel was still by road. And that's the thing that I think we've just got to get beyond now.
Was that supposed to be an answer to my question? Because I didn't ask you about any of that. Would you like me to repeat the question that I actually asked you?
Well, I think I did answer it. I possibly went slightly more broad than the question, but if you'll repeat the question, I will answer it directly, having got that off.
It is the case that the policies of the South Oxfordshire local plan that allocate land for all of this housing make the number, phasing and timing of housing delivery dependent on planned infrastructure, including Hif1. That is correct, isn't it? That's the adopted policy.
In that case, I think I did answer your question, because it's only correct insofar as you believe that Hif1 is the only or the best way of delivering mobility to those housing areas, when what is clearly required is a pretty fundamental shift in the way we go about doing that.
The way that the local policy is worded reflects the findings of the local plan inspector, and he, you will be aware, removed land at Culham and at Berensfield from the green belt in recognition of the significant benefits of housing development in those locations, didn't he?
Yes, no,
Yep.
I haven't looked so much at Berensfield, but as far as Culham goes, I am happy to accept that there are valid reasons for having housing in that area. Firstly, that it's within walking distance of Culham campus, and virtually nowhere else is. And secondly,
you don't need to go through the benefits of it.
Well, I'll say why I approve, why I don't disapprove, or I don't object to the Culham development. And it was only two things, and this is the second one, that it's next to a railway station. So that does have some sustainable transport credentials.
Yeah, the inspector's conclusion was that both of those allocations, and Ms Baker explained some of the benefits of those in her evidence, both of those allocations were justified, and there were exceptional circumstances for removing that land from the green belt. And so if that development, following the wording of the adopted local plan policy, if that development can't be built out because the infrastructure isn't delivered, those benefits won't be realised, will they?
Yes, they will, if you rethink the infrastructure. And as I've said, there are at least two very good reasons to say why the Culham site should be capable of achieving much lower volumes of travel by car, and also that Hif1 doesn't affect all journeys that would go from that new development. And I think the inquiries touched on all the problems of congestion in Abingdon, which will be exacerbated rather than relieved.
Okay, I mean, that's your view, but obviously I'm talking about the adopted local plan policy that requires this scheme to be delivered to support that housing growth. That's been through examination. The inspectors looked at that issue. The plan's been found sound. It's been adopted. It has the statutory priority. So it is the case, isn't it, that if you apply those policies as adopted, the benefits of those allocations will not be realised if this scheme is not built?
It is equally the case that local plans are, I've said this in my evidence somewhere, local plans are a moving target. The fact that they've done, that they have come to certain conclusions at certain times, does not cast in stone that that is the way it will be done. And they are reviewed every few years anyway in the light of emerging policy, including overarching policy such as the local transport connectivity plan of the county council.
Yeah, and we've heard the evidence about the emerging local plan already, but I mean it would be a bizarre outcome, wouldn't it, if these significant housing developments are deemed to be sufficiently beneficial that the land should be removed from the green belt, but yet the green belt location is preventing the delivery of the necessary infrastructure to support them. That's just a bizarre outcome, isn't it? It's illogical.
No, I think it's a logical outcome of keeping up with the policy imperatives which have changed over the past 2 years since the local plan was adopted. I simply think that you have to have the courage of your convictions that there are better ways of meeting the mobility requirements of those sites than simply saying, well, we decided 10 years ago that this would be a good way of doing it, so let's go ahead and do that. Things have moved on.
Okay, this wasn't 10 years ago, this was December 2020 this plan was adopted. Yes. Yeah.
But
so it's recent, isn't it?
But the scheme goes back at least 10 years, and it hasn't significantly altered in where it wants to go from and to in those 10 years. Which is again why I think it's questionable to say that it's moved with the times and is entirely compatible with the LTCP. Because the policy thrust of the LTCP is very different from the predict and provide thrust of 10 years ago.
In terms of the number of new homes that are involved in these allocations, the policy set out 3,500 homes at Culham, 1,700 at Berensfield. We've still got 1,400 yet to be permitted around Didcot. There's another 500 in Didcot which have an occupancy restriction that's contingent on Hif1. So, I mean, in total, that's over 8,000 homes that, as a matter of local planning policy, adopted policy, are dependent on Hif1. That's very significant, isn't it?
Well, firstly, I would say that all the homes around Didcot, they are potentially the southernmost two phases of the scheme are more pertinent to them, and so I couldn't really comment on those. As far as I think you said that the South Oxfordshire District Council still has to find 1,200 more homes. Yeah. Now I'm not disputing that 3,500 homes can be built at Culham. What I'm saying is that to meet the mobility requirement of those homes requires a different way of thinking. And from what I've read about the scheme, it talks about having comprehensive facilities within the development. I think I saw Emma, what was her name? The witness for it.
Baker.
Emma Baker. I saw her online talking about this, and she very fairly said, which was one of our findings from the Transport for New Homes study, that yes, you can build houses and you can build employment sites next to each other. You cannot manufacture it to the case that the two things will match. So you potentially could have people driving away from that site because it's very easy to drive to Didcot, for example, and then you'd have people from Didcot saying, well, it's very easy to drive to those employment sites. So what you've got to look at is what are the ways that reinforce the sustainable transport possibilities of these places. And it is having good walking networks, good cycling networks, maximising the efficiency of public transport, capitalising on the fact that you have a major employment site on the doorstep and you have a railway station on a major line. Those are all the things that matter to achieving that 3,500. And I think if you're on the way with those kind of things, which also meet the LTCP targets, and incidentally the Culham travel plan targets, then I think that would make it that much easier to identify somewhere where you can build 1,250 new homes with similar results.
I think we need to keep the evidence on the Greenbelt topic. As far as I appreciate you've got a sustainable transport background, but we've already had the transport sessions and acknowledge your view, but I think we need to focus on Greenbelt issues.
Thank you. If the driving purpose of Hif1 is to unlock housing, and there are over 8,000 homes that are directly dependent on Hif1 to come forward, that's a highly significant point, but yet your written evidence doesn't contain any mention of any of this housing growth as a factor that's even relevant to very special circumstances, does it? It's not mentioned in your proof.
The housing growth isn't mentioned in my proof, no. It is part and parcel of the whole thing, which we won't go back on, that Hif1 isn't the best way of delivering, of meeting the mobility needs of that new housing.
If you're purporting to give a view on whether or not very special circumstances might exist, which you do, it's a major omission in your analysis, isn't it? To not even acknowledge or mention the fact that all of this housing depends on this scheme going forward, as a matter of adopted policy.
I don't agree with that, because I don't agree that that level of housing is dependent on that level of infrastructure investment or of road investment. And so it's part and parcel of this question of whether without Hif1 there would be gridlock. It's a very central part of that.
Obviously the National Planning Policy Framework contains very strong support for the delivery of new housing, doesn't it? It's a national priority to deliver new homes where they're needed.
To deliver new homes,
yep.
But in that overarching context that's always been there in the NPPF, yep, of sustainable development.
And if the inspector disagrees with you and finds that the Hif1 scheme is required to support the delivery of those major new housing areas, that's a matter that she is bound to give very great weight to, isn't it, in determining whether or not there are very special circumstances?
Absolutely, yes. If it is concluded that the A level of housing development that is sustainable within the area cannot go ahead without Hif1, or without certain sections of it, always remembering that it was promoted as 4 sections, then it would be a valid conclusion that very special circumstances exist.
Thank you, that's helpful. And just in terms of the consequences of that, finally, Mr Flanagan's already taken you to Strat 6, which you referred to in your rebuttal proof, and as you recognised there and orally, that policy includes the very special circumstances test from the framework, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so it follows that if the inspector were to find, or the Secretary of State were to find that very special circumstances are demonstrated, there wouldn't be a breach of Strat 6, that policy would have been complied with.
That's correct. But
yeah.
Strat 6 is in a context where it sets the context of a desire to protect the green belt. And I would have to say I would need to go back to establish it, but the original comment on that was based on a summary of Strat 6, which I think was in one of the officer reports to the planning application, which didn't mention the very special circumstances part of the strategy.
Thank you, Madam. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. Mr. James, in your examination chief, you told us that you were familiar with sustainable transport, but you're not a transport modeller. That's correct, isn't it?
I'm definitely not a transport modeller.
And you don't have any formal qualification as a highways engineer or as a transport planner, do you?
I could have, but I chose not to take them up.
And you're
I
not...
could have been a member of the Institute of Highways and Transportation,
right, and
as a result of my experience in travel planning in particular.
But you're not a member of that institution, are you?
No, but I'll return to my point that I think my evidence is more important than the initials after my name.
And transport modelling and the interpretation of that modelling is a technical exercise, isn't it?
Modelling is, I don't think the interpretation is.
Okay. Your proof of evidence, please, paragraph 26.
Green belt or landscape?
Your green belt proof, yep. You seek to rely here in your paragraph 26 of the following paragraphs on the transport assessment prepared by BSP that was dated 24th of November 2021, yes?
Yes.
And that transport assessment was superseded by a later assessment dated the 31st of March 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In your evidence, you haven't made any reference to that later transport assessment, have you?
I might have. Certainly, at some point, I made the point that I wasn't aware that a second assessment had been done so soon after the first one. And when I read it, to be honest, I don't think there was a hill of beans difference between the two.
And you haven't updated your evidence either in writing or yesterday in your all evidence to deal with the later transport assessment, have you?
No, I felt there was very little in it, if anything, that merited a further update.
You accept that the conclusions between the two assessments are different, though, aren't they?
Well, I accept that the position... by the way, are you cross-examining me on behalf of the UKAEA? Or,
yes.
Right. I accept that, and I have said it several times in my proof, that the UKAEA supports Hif1. I understand that.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that in some of the earlier documents that they've produced, they are much more optimistic about the future without Hif1.
No. The question is this. The conclusions between the two versions of the transport assessment are not the same, are they? They are different.
In some detail, if you'd like to tell me what the
sure, well, let's take
the significant differences are.
Let's take it. Well, do you accept they're different as a matter of fact?
Well, I accept that they are marginally different.
Right. And nowhere have you done a comparative exercise to update your analysis in light of those differences, have you?
No, I didn't find out about the later document until relatively recently.
Yeah. And therefore your evidence has not been prepared and is not presented on the basis of the correct up-to-date transport assessment, is it?
It's prepared on the basis of a transport assessment, which I believe was valid and honestly presented at the time, and I don't believe it can have changed that much in the space of 3 months.
Right. But you haven't done the exercise to confirm that, have you?
I haven't done the exercise to confirm it because of the relatively late date that I received information that it existed.
Okay. Go to the next paragraph, please, your paragraph 27. You say the first sentence there, the CSC transport assessment concludes that, in general, the CSC development has only marginal effects on capacity across the network. Now, the CSC development there, let's just make sure we understand what that is referring to. Can you go, please, to the transport assessment, the correct one? So this is inquiry document 15.2.
Sorry, is that A15.2?
No, INQ, madam. 15.2.
INQ 15.2. Yeah. Right, sorry.
And in that document, PDF page 4...
I'm sorry, I'm not at that document yet.
Are you in the right part of the website?
I've gone to inquiry documents.
That's right.
And I shall now go to documents submitted during inquiry.
That's right, yep. And you're looking for number 15.2.
Right. I don't think I was given advance notice of these. Right.
Have you read it?
I've read the March 2022 document.
Great. Well, then you're equipped to answer these questions. So let's look at paragraph 1.1, please, on PDF page 4.
Page 4?
Yes, madam, PDF 4. Paragraph 1.1, the addendum TS has been...
Can you slow down a wee bit? Sorry.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm on page 4 now.
Yeah, you see paragraph 1.1?
I'm obviously at the bottom of page 4. Yes.
Yeah. The addendum TS has been prepared on behalf of UKAEA in response to consultation comments on the recent plan application for a proposed research and development building at the Culham Science Centre.
Mr. Henderson, could you just move your
Of course,
microphone a
madam.
bit? I think we're
Try that. Is that a
struggling.
bit better?
I think so. Can people
Good.
hear now? Yeah.
I'll say that again then, madam. This is in response on the recent plan application for a proposed research and development building at the Culham Science Centre. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then if you go forward to PDF page 18, please. And look at paragraph 4.1 on the top of that page.
Yes.
The research and development building is described in more detail. It's on the western flank of the campus, an overall GIA of 9,870 square metres, comprising offices and a rig hall. Now that is the specific development which was being considered in this transport appraisal, isn't it?
Yes.
The transport appraisal, this document here, didn't consider the impacts on the highways network of any other development within the campus, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in particular, beyond those developments which were committed as at this date, so those which already had permission at March 22, it didn't consider any other future growth of the campus either, did it?
I'm not sure about considered it. I don't think it considered it. I don't think it, certainly what I've read about the campus development doesn't suggest that that was all there was ever going to be.
And that's the point, because I can take you to it, but in the master plan, Professor Sir Ian Chapman appended this, you refer to it, the master plan shows considerably more future growth beyond this point in time, doesn't it?
Yes, but it doesn't hugely affect the forecast traffic movements in and out of the site to that big an extent.
The problem with that is you don't know that, because that hasn't been forecast in this document, has it?
No, but the whole point is that if you go too far into the future, the forecasting becomes much harder to verify, and what I would go on in terms of that is very much the Culham campus travel plan, which is seeking to halve the amount of travel by car there.
And because this transport assessment doesn't forecast or consider that future development, it can't be relied upon to make any judgments about what the impacts of that development might be,
Well,
can
it
it?
can for now, because that's what the point that was being discussed, that if Hif1 is delayed or isn't built, the view of the UKAEA, because if they run Culham campus, their view is that the volumes of traffic accessing the site can be managed without Hif1 up to, it's not good shaking your head, up to whatever it was, 2024 at the time. It obviously now isn't that. They've said that the only problem there would be without Hif1 was the access to the site itself, which could be modified by means either of traffic signals or of building a version of the roundabout.
But only for the specific development considered in the transport appraisal.
Yeah, but that's the only development that was coming forward in that timescale.
Yeah. But what you know now is that there is considerably more development planned, isn't there?
Yes.
So the answer that you've just given me can only relate to what was considered in this assessment. It cannot relate to any other future development of the campus, can it?
Yes, but it's talked about in I think both the assessment, the
Show me where.
transport. Well, it's certainly talked about in the proof of evidence.
Yeah.
That
Are you talking about Mr. Foxall's proof of
can
evidence?
you, if you let me finish what I'm saying, then it might be as well, because you'll know what to reply to me. They are talking about there being up to 5,000 employees on the Culham campus by 2040, 2050, or whatever. They are saying, and I've said it in that paragraph that you took me to, that the impact of traffic to and from Culham campus is marginal to the overall traffic generated by the Hif1 development. And they are also saying in the travel plan that they are aiming to halve the arrivals by car. Now that's a very significant target, and having done a lot on travel plan targets, most organisations are quite keen to water down the targets as much as possible, because they don't believe that the bigger ones are achievable. Whereas in Culham, they've said that they want a modern mobility management, I think they called it, and they have set very impressive targets to reduce access by car. And they have also said that the future scenario, with or without Hif1, is hypothetical, and they have said that in any case, within 10 years, as I think has been talked about often enough, within 10 years, Hif1 will have reached saturation on a number of junctions.
Show me where the UK AEA has said that its master plan ambitions, all of the future growth that this inquiry has heard about, can be delivered without Hif1. Show me where that's been said.
That's not been suggested at all.
No, it hasn't.
But hang on, I'm coming back to this point that in exactly the same way, the UK AEA is adopting the strategy of the past 40 years, which says if you do this, then there's got to be this, and it's got to change.
Not only has the UK AEA not said that future growth can be accommodated without Hif1, there is no modelling which shows that the future growth can be accommodated without Hif1 either, is there?
Well, I don't think you want me to get into too much modelling, but the problem with the modelling is that it's done on a fixed trip basis and not a variable. If it were done on a variable trip basis with allowance for induced traffic, I might have more faith in it.
But there is no modelling which shows that the future growth aspirations can be accommodated without Hif1, is there?
No, and there should be. And that again comes back to options, alternatives, and the fact that it's never been properly established that a comprehensive, sustainable transport approach to the strategic objectives has been properly presented and assessed. And until that's done, all these assertions that things can't happen without Hif1 they're little more than assertions.
And to be clear, what that's based on is your criticism of the modelling that's been undertaken, yes?
I have not got into the modelling side of things. I think you have to sort of feel good with more about that. I am aware of the background and the fact that it's been done on a fixed trip basis, which I think is a deeply flawed way of doing it. And if you're relying on the assertion that the network can't cope without Hif1, then I think the evidence is lacking.
The UK AEA takes sustainable transport and climate change targets very seriously, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it has a coherent strategy for promoting access to the campus by sustainable transport, doesn't it?
Yes.
Let's have a look at that, please. So Mr. Foxall's proof of evidence, his Appendix B, you'll find the current travel plan.
You'll have to give me a document reference.
There won't be a document reference, but if you go into the websites to other proofs planning, you will see Mr. Foxall's proof of evidence there.
I've seen Mr. Foxall's proof of evidence.
You've read it, yes?
Yes.
Good.
Do you have a copy there?
Well,
Are you able
if
to
I can find it on the website,
It's if you go to the front page, I think that's where the link to the proofs is. So if you click on inquiry documents along that very top bit, and then there's the black and yellow bands and
index
proofs
of documents by
proofs
section.
of evidence planning. Yeah?
Yes.
And then if you click on that, it's under different groups. So let me have a look for you. So on that, it will be. There we go. It's near the end of the page.
Right.
There's a group of proofs there.
Tim Foxall proof.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one, yeah.
I confirm I have read it.
Good. And we need to look at the travel plan. Go please to PDF page 48 of 90. This is in the section of the travel plan dealing with targets.
So 48 of 90. So that's,
Correct, madam, yes.
That's page 13 at the end of that page.
That's right, internal 13, madam,
Right.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm on that page.
Good. Look, please, paragraph 5.10. Other local infrastructure improvements associated with the Hif scheme, including the bypass, which include improved pedestrian and cycle infrastructure, and also the active travel improvements associated with Aberdeen LC WIP, Didcot LC WIP, and the Science Vale Active Travel Network Phase 2 will also unlock the potential.
Sorry, Mr. Henderson, there's people behind you, and I think you're going quite
Fine,
fast, and
I'll
I
go
think they're
more
struggling
slowly.
to follow.
Well, I just need the witness to read the paragraph. You've read it before, haven't you?
Yes.
I won't take time reading it out. What this tells us is that the Hif scheme, amongst other measures, is necessary to unlock the potential achievement of the travel plan targets. That's right, isn't it?
No. Because it's perfectly possible to implement the sustainable transport developments without building a 300 million plus road alongside them.
Okay.
And they will also be a lot more effective, because it's not nice cycling alongside a very busy road, even if there's a 2 metre gap between them.
And neither you nor any other member of your team has evidence of how that is realistically going to be achieved in the time frame considered by this travel plan in any other way, do you?
I'll come back to the point that it's not our role to develop. If you want to, well, the County Council wants to give me some money to prepare a sustainable transport package, which potentially includes highway improvements as well, then I'll happily do it. But the fact that that hasn't been done undermines the credibility of the scheme itself.
Paragraph 5.9, the preceding paragraph. The delivery of bus service improvements is, at least in part, commercially led, isn't it?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah. Have you read Oxfordshire Bus Company's submission to this inquiry?
I've read it as reported in numerous
Yeah.
Oxfordshire County Council proofs.
Yeah, and you know that they consider existing congestion as a barrier to further commercial provision, don't they?
Yes.
And they consider that barrier would be removed by the Hif scheme.
Yes, and I think they're wrong, because the Hif scheme doesn't remove all congestion on the bus network in that area.
And therefore, to achieve the commercially led bus service improvements that are discussed in the travel plan here, the Hif scheme is necessary, isn't it?
No.
Oh.
For the 2 reasons I've given. One is that the bus improvements can be provided in a whole lot of ways without building a major road. And secondly, that there are areas of congestion that seriously affect the reliability and the journey speed of buses, most particularly in Abingdon, but elsewhere as well, that Hif1 does not address.
And do you have any evidence that either the Oxford Bus Company or any other commercial Bus Company will improve bus services to the Trelham campus without Hif1?
They will if there is a proper discussion about the ways and means of doing it that don't involve building an enormous road with a major bridge over the Thames. And I think there are ways of doing that. I don't think there's a great deal of future in saying what they are, because the inquiry doesn't have the time to evaluate all the possible schemes that there are. I will very happily provide some steer on the sort of things that could be done.
And your ideas, you haven't run any of them past the Oxford Bus Company or any other commercial bus operator in the county, have you?
No, because it's not my role in this. Again, if somebody wants to pay me some money to talk to the Oxfordshire bus companies, then I'll happily do so.
Madam, thank you. That's everything.
Thank you. I've just got a few short points on your landscape evidence.
Okay.
Give me a minute. So the first one relates to the preliminary assessment document from this morning. I'm just trying to... Is it 17.3, I think? If you just give me a moment to check. Yes, that's right. So
the Appendix 3 document.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it's round about page 18. That's blank page, so 19 maybe. So these are the landscaping impacts worksheets. So I'm looking at the one, or thinking, don't think I'm on, right, I'm not quite on the right page there. I'm looking at sections C, W and D, where we're looking at the gravel,
around about 14,
the gravel ponds and etc. And somewhere in there it makes reference to possibility of planting, tree planting around the restoration area. So that will be in the step 4 column pattern. And really my question for you was to what extent do you consider tree planting would be appropriate in the area of the ponds?
Well, tree planting is part of the restoration proposals, and if you see that site at the moment, there is quite a lot of willow planting on the edges, along with rushes and the like. I think the chances of mitigating the impact of the viaduct across those lakes is very limited, for the obvious reason that most of it's over water. And there are a few points where, yes, okay, you could plant a few trees that would break up that single line across. But you're talking about an overall length of 330 metres and a height of, I think it's 5 or 6 metres above the water level, which on the one hand isn't high enough to do what was claimed of allowing the landscape to flow beneath it, and at the same time it's high enough to make the extent to which tree planting could mitigate it quite limited.
Thank you. My next point, I just want to clarify. I think it's document A15. It's the LVIA document 15.8, and I think it's about page 14. I just really wanted to ask you. You made the point about the assessment of moderate, and that your assessments in some cases were one up. So perhaps it's not. Page 14 not noted down. That's because it's not moved on for me. So in this part of the assessment, there's it's explained what each of the terms mean, and that can vary. It's important that's set out at the beginning, because different people will attribute slightly different characteristics to it. So in terms of, if we look at the landscape first, and that's on PDF top. Page 14. Yes. So in terms of the adverse effects, do you share that view as to a moderate effect? There's a description there. For those who haven't got the document, I'll just read it. It says partial loss or noticeable damage to existing landscape character or distinctive features or elements, and or addition of new uncharacteristic noticeable features or elements. In fact, i.e. road infrastructure.
Yeah.
So would you...
I think it's going in the right direction, let's say that way. But I go back to how TAG describes the moderate adverse impact, and at the same time point to all the things I think I've mentioned at various places about the relationship between TAG and LVIA, which is contained in the TAG documents, as I've talked about. And the moderate appraisal in TAG, Unit A3, Table 4, is the scheme being out of scale with the landscape or at odds with the local pattern and landform, visually intrusive and will adversely affect impact on the landscape, not possible to fully integrate, that is, environmental design measures will not prevent the scheme from scarring the landscape in the longer term, as some features of interest will be partly destroyed or their setting reduced or removed. This is all written in paragraph 12 of my proof. Will have an adverse impact on a landscape of recognised quality or on vulnerable and important characteristics or elements, and is in conflict with local and national policies to protect open land and nationally recognised countryside. Now, I don't think there's anything in that or there's anything in the LVIA that is incompatible with what's in the TAG unit, but I do think the TAG unit is rather more specific on just what the degree of adverse impact is. So, partial loss or noticeable damage, yes, but exactly how is that defined? And I think the TAG definition takes all those elements of the LVIA definition a stage further.
And then just moving on in the same document, looking at the visual impacts. So they're slightly different, major, moderate. So again, moderate is it will form a notable feature or element of the view which is readily apparent to the receptor. So do you accept that that's a reasonable classification of moderate for this scheme?
Yes, but it's adverse or beneficial. They're not separating out the two in that. And again, I think, although I don't think that the TAG specifically refers to visual impact, I do think that a moderate adverse, I mean, by definition, the adverse bit of it is saying that it's a negative or harmful impact, and noticeable feature is, I think, it's a step beyond that. to say that there is a moderate adverse impact. Readily apparent to the receptor, I'm fine with.
So overall, Ms Ash's landscape assessment in the LVIA, you generally agree with
Yes.
those? Thank you.
Yes, it is purely this question of downgrading the categories over the years.
Thank you.
I don't think, I think there's, and it's a criticism, I think, of the landscape profession in general, that there needs to be careful thinking about it and not this, what is almost automatically a downgrading of impact.
Thank you. And 17.3, I'm not sure the title of it, but if you've got it still open, paragraph 6.2. Oh, it's the document we've already been to. You mentioned
The
in your...
previous one, sorry.
Yes.
Appendix 3.1.
Yes, that's
Right.
right. You might be able to answer it without going to the document, actually. But you mentioned that the impacts would be the same unless landscape impacts couldn't be significantly reduced with mitigation unless the road was rerouted. And do you have a view as to where those impacts, a route that could be adopted that would have less impact?
Well, there's one straightforward part of the route, which is the viaduct over the gravel lakes, which, as I've said, I think is one of the most overridingly important. And it could have been located further to the west to avoid, well, not only to avoid direct impact on the restoration site, but also to avoid having to spend £23 million on building a viaduct over it. And my understanding is that the reason that happened was that the route was selected before the awareness came of the need to build a viaduct over the Finger Lakes that were in the process of restoration, because that was the reason for a £23 million hike as part of some other cost increases that were reported, I think, in about March 22. I can provide you with a reference to that, I think. It was Cabinet on 15th of March 2022. Didcot Garden Town Housing Infrastructure Fund, Hif1, amendments to the grant determination agreement. And in that document, it's explained how much the costs had increased by, which I think was the point at which it went up to 294 million, if I remember rightly, and where those cost increases came from. And by far the majority of that was the £23 million to build the viaduct. And on that basis, it's quite clear that the need for the viaduct hadn't been established in any of the earlier deliberations.
Thank you.
The one other I would say is, I doubt whether anything could be done about the Cullen bypass, because if it's to be built, then it pretty much has to go where it goes, so that impact, which is again significant, wouldn't be avoidable. I do think
that's the link to Cullen Science Centre, or you
no,
said Cullen bypass? Did you mean
Clifton Hampden bypass? Sorry, the area where I think I've looked at it long and hard, and I don't understand why the entrance to Cullen campus has to be as destructive of mature trees as it is. You look at the plans there, and there just seems to be, I would call something of a, there would be something of a dog, well, it is something of a dog's breakfast, because there are so many roads flying in so many directions off the roundabout there. And I feel sure that more design thought there could produce a scheme of reduced impact. And if there was an imperative to do so, then I'm sure that highway engineers will find a way of doing it.
And you spoke about the semi-mature trees and the time they take to establish. Are there any locations where, notwithstanding that, locations where you think it would be beneficial to start with semi-mature trees?
I do. I think I mentioned a couple of them in my evidence. One is where you are providing let's say, a major statement in something like a town square.
Sorry, I didn't word my question properly.
Okay, sorry.
Any locations within the scheme, the Hif1 scheme, that you think that they would be? What about Appleford sidings? Anywhere near there?
No, I mean, my view in any case is that I wouldn't go as big as semi-mature. I would be very reluctant to plant more than possibly heavy standard.
So what about heavy standard? Are there locations where you think they would be beneficial?
I think this point about having a more diverse height range is valid in general for planting design on highways. I dispute whether going as far as semi-mature trees is valid. I mean, the costs rise exponentially, and so what you get for for a semi-mature tree that's cost several £100 at least, compared with what you would get by having a heavy standard, or at most an extra heavy standard, it simply isn't worth the money that's involved in it. You'd be far better off with 10 heavy standard trees than one semi-mature tree.
I follow that. I'm just saying, is there anywhere where starting with a bigger tree would actually be beneficial?
It would be beneficial in general in planting schemes to have that diverse range. The argument I'm making here is that it is not enough to tip the balance between the scheme being unacceptable in landscape terms in the planning decision.
No, and that's not really the question I was asking. It was just whether there were some locations that they would be...
There are, and I wouldn't pick out any one in particular.
Okay. Thank you. That's my questions for you. Mr. Woolley, do you want to re-examine?
No, thank you, madam. No questions.
No questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you.
So there's a couple of things that were going to be checked over the lunch break. To recall what they were. Mr. Woolley, you were going to look at Mr. Goodwin's documents and advise me. I think that was actually the main one. Unless I've forgotten something, Mr. Humphreys.
Madam, yes. Let me set out what I think is the position, and to some extent this may help Mr. Woolley. So we have searched through, so far as we're able to, all our notes for Mr. Goodwin's evidence to see where this arose. On day 5, that's the 27th of February, at about 3:30, you asked Professor Goodwin questions about his paragraph 19, and his paragraph 19 of his proof of evidence is...
Sorry, Mr. Humphries, was that his proof because he handed out from
his
memory?
proof has handed out the original proof of evidence.
The original
that he
proof,
gave.
right, thank you.
This was on page 6, and there was a table, you'll see it when you'll recognise it when you look it up, but there was a table that had sort of graphs with a number of lines, including core, high economy, regional and behavioural change. And those particular lines related back to something he'd been talking about before, Tag Unit 4, if you remember, which was one of his things, common analysis scenarios, and it was to do with uncertainty. And you asked him about various of those lines, well, high economy and regional, what does that mean? And behavioural change, what does that mean? And what he said was that he would clarify what the definitions were of the different scenarios. And as far as our notes tell, my own recollection, you said you thought that would be helpful. Not surprising. In the supplementary that is now proposed, paragraphs 8 to 14 do relate to the definitions of the scenarios, as does the appendix to the supplementary. They tell you what those different lines mean and so on. I have no objection to that text, paragraphs 8 to 14 and the appendix, being submitted and received by you. Paragraph 1, which was an introductory paragraph that said the supplementary was going to look at two different things, and then paragraphs 2 to 13 deal with something altogether different. What they deal with is the relationship generally between induced traffic from extra roads and reduced traffic from walking and cycling. So far as we can tell, this does not appear to be a response to any request whatsoever. It's just simply additional thoughts. And it's very clearly, you can see from the text, a challenge to the County Council's case on traffic modelling and the way we've done that. So I do object to that text, in effect, paragraphs 1 to 13, on the basis that it was not requested and it's unfair for you to admit further evidence from Professor Goodwin, which really is just responding to our evidence after our evidence has been given and after that session has closed. So in some way that kind of on paragraphs 8 to 14 anyway sort of meets Mr. Woolley halfway. I have no objection on that, but he over lunch obviously can consider my position.
And does it end at paragraph 14?
It ends at paragraph 14.
Thank you.
There's one other thing that I will mention, just because I've got the opportunity to speak. We have noted that a few days ago, the new National Networks MPS was designated. You will recall that there were references to the 2014 National Networks MPS in the documentation, and indeed yesterday in relation to the government's response to the Transport Select Committee, one of the recommendations, there was a reference to the draft and what would happen. we've searched through our proofs, and there are some references to paragraphs in the previous National Networks MPS National Policy Statement. What we propose to do, therefore, if it's acceptable to you, is to produce a sort of short translation note that says, in this proof of evidence, para this, it refers to this paragraph in the former National Networks MPS. The equivalent paragraph is now this, and it will indicate whether the paragraph's exactly the same or whether it has changed. And to assist you with that, it's probably sensible as well that we just simply submit the new designated National Networks MPS. It could just become an inquiry document. I've asked that there is no more commentary than that on the changes. You'll be able to see the before and after paragraphs, and you'll know where it's referred to. So it seems to us that because the Secretary of State, insofar as he needs to take into account the MPS, will obviously have to make his decision in the context of the new one, that it would just be helpful to have that document translating the references.
Thank you for that, Mr. Humphreys. I think in terms of that note, if you were to prepare it and share it with the Rule 6 parties first.
Absolutely fine.
And then, assuming there's no objection, submit it. And if there is an objection to it,
Yeah.
I'll hear what you've got to say.
There are about 5 or 6 places across all of our proofs, but 3 or 4 of them, I think, happen to come in Mr. Lansborough's evidence, and as he's coming on soon, we thought we ought to try and get this. So I'll get it sent over when it's ready to Mr. O'Boyne and Mr. Woolley.
Thank you. So that, are you happy with that approach to the note on
Yes, I
National
am.
Network?
As I said earlier, Madam, I haven't had an opportunity to see Professor Godwin's...
No, I was just talking about the last part first.
Oh, yes, there's no objection to that.
Thank you.
I will look at Professor Godwin's latest document over lunch and let you know after the adjournment.
Okay, so the suggestion is that we accept paragraphs 8 to 14 and
Yes.
the appendix.
Yes.
So if you update me after lunch.
Yes.
I think that was the only thing to do before lunch, over lunch. Where are we? Right, it's 1:30, so I think we should probably adjourn. Should we come back for 2:50? You've got a few jobs to do. Would you prefer the hour?
I think to be on the safe side, yes.
Okay, so we'll come back for 2:30 then. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So it's 2:30 and the inquiry's resumed. Mr. Woolley, are you able to update me?
Yes, I've now considered the additional material from Professor Goodwin, and I wouldn't want to persist in asking you to accept it, subject to paragraphs 8 to 14, which we've dealt with. But I don't insist on you taking the...
Oh, I thought you said you don't want to assist, right? You don't want to... Right. So you're quite happy that we take 8 to 14?
Yes, I am. It seemed to me, for what it's worth, that it really covers ground that's been covered already by the evidence of the inquiry.
I think that's actually Mr. Humphrey's point, that we've already covered it and therefore
Yes.
we shouldn't be returning to it. So, OK, we'll accept it on that basis. Is it possible that you can provide me with a redacted copy, just those pages?
Yes, certainly.
If it's only on the second page,
Well,
you just put his name on top, I know.
Scissors job, isn't it?
Scissors. That's how we used to do it. Sorry.
And Madam, the appendix is okay as well, because that is just further explanation of what those categories are.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll remove the offending text and resubmit. Probably late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning is fine. And really a cut and stick job is fine, so long as it's something that Joanna can scan, it can be sent via email.
Yeah. Very good.
Thank you. And what was the other matter you were going to?
I'm not conscious of anything
just
else.
on the National Network Policy Statement that Mr. Humphreys mentioned before lunch.
Oh, yes.
Do you have an issue with that? I think the draft was published and then it was designated, I think, one day
Yes.
last week. Are you happy that I accept it, or do you want
Yes.
to reflect? You're
Yes.
happy, right?
I mean, it's simply it was paragraph this, it's now paragraph.
I think that would be
Yes.
helpful to
Yes.
everyone, actually.
Right,
I
we'll
think
do
the
that.
other thing, and I know we keep coming back to this, the point about the orders and the objection to the orders. And Mr. Woolley will quite rightly say, well, I keep saying we've withdrawn the objections to the orders. I just wanted to check if that has now been done, because the DFT unit, I think, is...
Oh, I understand what you're saying. I think it will be done at some point later today.
Yes,
The only
the
person
document
available.
exists. I have looked at it. It seems to me to cover the point. It's only a question of lodging it with the inquiry now.
Or the Department of Transport.
Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps before you send it in, if you could just talk to Council's solicitor, and then that way it's just, it's doing what it needs to do.
It's in the right form. Perfect.
Sorry, Madam. I got a request to copy the solicitor, and I'm happy to do that.
I just wondered if before you formally send it in, if you just talk to her and just make sure that everything's covered in it that needs to be covered. Up to you, entirely up to you.
I believe it is, but no doubt I shall be told if I'm wrong.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that. So if there's nothing else, we'll move on and hear from Ms. Jones. Thank you.
You're Dr. Angela Jones, and as the initials after your name indicate, you're a medical practitioner now retired.
That's correct.
And you have a
That's
special
correct.
interest. You have a special interest in health inequality, and you worked in the area of homelessness for 10 years, from 1999 until 2009, and you've been a specialist advisor to the Department of Communities and Local Government for 3 years, and you're a past chair of the Health Inequalities Standing Group of the Royal College of General Practitioners.
That's all correct.
Carry on, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. Right, so I've lived in Appleford for 25 years now, so I'm going to provide my evidence from the perspective of a professional, but who also lives in the area affected by the proposed road. First thing to say is that Appleford is a modest community, largely comprising that well-worn phrase, hard-working families and retired people. No one important or influential lives in our community. And as you know, having visited the site, Madam, we already shoulder a significant burden of nuisance related to nearby infrastructure, specifically the rail corridor from Didcot to Oxford and beyond, the waste management activities at FCC and the quarrying activities at Hanson. So the activities of Hanson and FCC also generate large numbers of HGV and rail traffic, which I'll come to later. And that currently passes very close to the southern end of our village and then exits to the south onto the North Perimeter Road at Didcot. So apart from affecting a couple of houses in the south of the village, that HGV traffic does not currently affect Appleford. The households at the southern end of the village have also been designated a DEFRA noise action plan important area related to the rail noise, but I will come to that also later. Now, Madam, you visited us in Appleford, and I believe you came in around about the evening rush hour, didn't you? So you will have noticed that there's a pretty steady stream of traffic at that time. Private vehicles mostly travelling at 30, though some exceed it, and mostly carrying one person or maybe one person and some children. But it's important to note that no HGVs go through the village currently, and this is because we have the weight limit on the listed bridge, which you'll have also seen. And trading standards are pretty good at enforcing this with the help of villagers, and we only have the occasional violation. So we are currently protected from HGV traffic in our parish, largely. So the majority of the traffic, both rail and road, is daytime. We do get some nighttime freight trains, but the majority of the traffic is daytime. Now I'm giving you this background information in order to stress that Appleford is basically a quiet place to live. I can stand on the road and hear the birds singing, particularly on a Sunday and in the middle of the day. It is a really nice, quiet place. And people in Appleford, we accept the railway. It was there before we were, on the whole, I think exclusively. And there's something about trains which, if you choose to live near a railway, you become quite fond of them in a way. They are, and particularly since the 125 was withdrawn, the Intercity 125, which had a particularly nasty whine to it, the trains aren't really very intrusive at all. So by introducing a road which is carrying significant amounts of heavy goods vehicles into our parish, you will fundamentally change the soundscape of the village with a continuous steady drone of traffic. It's going to be on our very doorstep. So, and particularly for the households in the south of the village, this is going to be not just disturbing, but a serious cumulative impact. I will, again, enlarge on that a bit later. So, my brief is to discuss the health implications of the Hif1 proposal. Now, the main adverse health effects of roads in general come under the two main headings of air pollution and noise. That's, I think, uncontested. And a lot of the problems, a lot of air pollution in our environment, it does come from roads. There's a significant proportion, though not the majority. I did find a nice diagram in the CMO's report, which I have copied.
CMO is an acronym new to this inquiry. What does it stand for?
I do apologise. I'm being medical now, aren't I? Chief Medical Officer. Sir Chris Whitty, whom you'll all be familiar with from his appearances on the lectern during the pandemic. But this little diagram, it's quite nice, shows you the effects of air pollution throughout the lifespan, from pregnancy through to the elderly. And I don't really intend to expand greatly on that. I think it's well known that air pollution affects cardiovascular mortality, respiratory mortality, heart attacks and angina, raised blood pressure and diabetes largely. And people say, well, it's bound to happen because poor people live next to roads. But actually, all the evidence shows that when you correct for socio-economic factors, the actual presence of the proximity of the road does increase the risk of these conditions. So the presence of pollutants in the air does depend on the distance from the road, depends on, not only on the distance from the road, but the wind direction and the type of pollutant. Now, I've been criticised for mentioning the figure of 1,500 metres. And it's quite true that the majority of pollutants will have reached what's called a baseline level by about 500 metres from a highway. But there is evidence that particularly nitrogen dioxide can extend further, especially where there's a prevailing wind, and which we do have in Appleford from the southwest. So I think even if some of our residences fall outside the 500 metre limit, they may still be affected when there's a southwesterly. Now there's a lot been made about the progression to electric vehicles and how this will reduce tailpipe emissions. And that is true, and it's already happened with the improvements in vehicle technology. Air pollution due to road traffic has reduced. However, we've still left with road haulage, heavy goods vehicles and so on. They're going to take an awful lot longer to go over to electric. And you're still left with tyre wear, road dust, resuspension of road dust and other important particulate matter, which can affect the body not only because of the particles but because of the toxins which are carried down into the lungs. So we can't rely on electrification to solve our health problems caused by a road. Okay,
so now we move on to noise.
I'll move on to noise now. Noise is a separate risk and is thought to be second only to air pollution in terms of mortality. Noise acts differently. It's a psychological and physiological stressor. And so it's not only the level of the noise, but the quality of the noise and its character, which will affect people by causing them stress, increasing their cortisol levels, and then you get the whole cascade that comes from raised cortisol in the blood. In other words, stress on the heart, stress on the brain blood vessels, etc. And so you've got an increased risk of cardiovascular and stroke type events due to noise. Noise is worse downwind, and I feel will be exacerbated by the elevation of the road because of the difficulties in mitigation. So the positioning of the current proposed road with the flyover, I think, will cause undue impact on the residents of Appleford due to noise, compared with had it been further away and behind the sort of landscaping that you could have put in if the road wasn't elevated. There's also a concern that the noise pollution will, that the design of the flyover may enhance the noise from the quarrying and stone moving activities at Appleford sidings. Okay, now cumulative impact was more or less dismissed in my reading of the evidence that was put in by the applicant. But I do feel that cumulative impact is important. We do have the properties in South Appleford which are already noise important with regards to rail. And you can't just say, oh, well, that's rail, so having some road noise doesn't matter. I mean, noise is noise, and it's going to accumulate, and the risks thereof will accumulate. The guidance regarding noise I've got a quote here from the government guidance, and I'll read it out with your permission. It says noise needs to be considered when development will create additional noise. Good acoustic design needs to be considered early in the planning process to ensure that the most appropriate and cost-effective solutions are identified from the outset. In cases where existing noise-sensitive locations already experience high noise levels, a development that is expected to cause even a small increase in the overall noise level may result in a significant adverse effect occurring. So it further states that anticipated increases in noise due to planned changes in activity also need to be considered. So I would say that the topic of noise wasn't really considered at the outset when this project was conceived. And I'll say a little bit about that later, but that certainly contravenes the spirit of the noise guidance. Okay. I think the quote, yes, the quote on the next page, numbered 183, is a paragraph from the National Policy Planning Policy Framework, which says that planning policies and decisions should ensure that new development is appropriate for its location, taking into account the likely effects, including cumulative effects of pollution on health, living conditions, and the natural environment. So that's a broad brush statement, but which also highlights the importance of cumulative effects. So this leads me on to the topic of health impact assessment. A bit of a thorny subject here. Now, our team have found it very surprising, given the known health impacts of roads to sensitive populations, given the size and the cost and the scale of this project, that a full health impact assessment wasn't performed during the development of this project. So I've put a few definitions in of what a health impact assessment is. From the health impact assessment in spatial planning document, it's a combination of processes and methods used by those planning, deciding and shaping changes to the environment to evaluate the significance of health effects of a plan or project. It helps decision makers to make choices about actions to best prevent ill health, to promote good health, and to reduce health inequalities. And it goes on to say that the HIA puts people at the heart of the process. So, in my view, now I'm not a public health expert, before Learned Counsel asked me the question, but I have an understanding of public health from my general training and my interest. And I would have thought that given the problem that we're trying to solve here, which is of traffic congestion, which is it's a multifactorial global issue, that a health impact assessment that looked at all the possible alternatives, including sustainable alternatives for solving the congestion problem, would have been part of the process. And this would have led to potentially different choices in terms of the solution. And the fact that an HIA, or health impact assessment, wasn't performed, I think, is a significant omission. The inspector is being asked to make her adjudication on the basis of an environmental statement. But the environmental statement, which purports to also cover health in general, is only looking at the environmental impact of this road. It's not looking at the potential health impact of all the potential solutions for our problems of congestion in South Oxfordshire. And so, we've gone down to a very small and specific piece of work by the public health or the environmental specialist, rather than a much broader piece of work which may have informed policy in a different way.
Sorry, can I just ask you to explain that
Of
point
course.
again?
Okay, so in its best form, a health impact assessment will assess the health impact of all the potential options at the optioneering stage, if you like, or even before you draw up your options. And that will inform how you then choose the project that you then bring forward to a planning application.
And that would presumably include positive and negative
Absolutely.
impacts.
It would, absolutely. And one would hope more positive than negative. But because that's the whole point. You're trying to drive improvement, health improvement, as well as avoid harms. But the ES really has some mention of improvements, but I would say that they are marginal at best. And the harms, the potential harms that are there, are far greater, even though they are measured as negligible. But I'll come to that at the end of my statement.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Yes, I did mention a few examples of health benefits that have been alleged from the environmental statement, such as there will be a bus stop on the Hif1 road, which will encourage the people of Appleford to use the bus. Now, given that you would have to walk a considerable distance and then up onto the viaduct in order to catch this bus, I don't think that's going to encourage modal change in the, particularly for the older residents of Appleford. It's just unrealistic. It's asserted that there's no safe walking route currently from Appleford to Sutton Courtenay, which is incorrect. There is a footpath, is there not? An off-road footpath. So, the provision of the cycleway, this is hailed as a significant improvement in cycle infrastructure, but as Mr. James, actually has experience of in other settings, the use of cycleways next to large roads is not very successful. It's not the sort of thing that people want to do. And I don't think it's going to have a very big impact in terms of modal change. Right. Now, I've given two tables in my paper here regarding the wider determinants of health. And these are the sort of things which a health impact assessment would have looked at, not just simply at noise and air pollution. And as you can see, health has so many facets. It's quite possible, as I said before, that we would have come to a different conclusion had all these facets been looked at. Now I come to the issue of the traffic modelling. Had a health impact assessment been done properly, had it used the traffic modelling that has been presented to as part of this application, it would still have been flawed. Now, I really have a big problem with the traffic modelling, and I'm not a traffic modelling expert before anybody again challenges me on that. But I cannot see anywhere in the traffic modelling paper any acknowledgement of the potential for reassigned traffic which will want to bypass the blockages on the A34. I am grievously aware of this because I have two grandchildren in Bicester. And I travel from Appleford to Bicester 2 or 3 times a week in order to help look after them. Now, I should be able to drive up the A34 in just over half an hour and be with them. But 8 times out of 10, I would say, I have to actually travel north up to the M40 and then go one junction up on the M40 to the Bicester turn-off, because the A34 is in trouble. The A34 is constantly in trouble. The slightest thing, somebody with a puncture, it doesn't have to be a major accident. This road is so saturated that a minor problem will lead to build-up and it will lead to significant delays. And if there is an accident, God help, the whole thing grinds to a halt. And I cannot see that HGV lorries fitted with sat-navs will not divert off the M40 and use the Hif1 to get past problems between Milton and Bicester on the A34, or in the opposite direction. This is just, it's bound to happen. And I gather from colleagues, I wasn't here, but I gather from colleagues that the traffic modeller implied that HGV's drivers are good little bunnies and they stay on the big roads. But this is why, with respect, I brought along the press release from the Road Haulage Association, which states that, in fact, creating the Hif1 would help to ease problems caused by congestion on the A34, where there are regular tailbacks. So it just defies logic that this road won't be used to do the same thing that I do, unfortunately. I feel guilty about it. I trail all the way through Stadhampton, Little Milton, all these villages in order to get to the M40. And I've given a list of the parishes and villages that will be affected by this kind of reassigned traffic. It could go as far east as Watlington and Benson, Chiselhampton, of course Clifton Hampden. You know, and we're talking here heavy traffic, heavy goods vehicles which are going to come down that road. So the traffic modelling really implies that all we're doing is rearranging the existing traffic and any additional traffic that comes along because of the housing and so on. But that just isn't really credible, I'm afraid. It's going to cause far bigger impacts than that. Unless you take everybody's tom-tom away. I mean, then it might be okay. Okay. I think I'll move to my final statements. My final statements are around the issue of public support for the proposal. Now, again, I understand that there was an assertion that the people of Appleford are in support of the Hif Road. But I have to say that I don't know where he gets that information from. I know that the parish council and the people of the village did engage actively with the consultation. They sought to be cooperative and constructive. In 2018, when we were first consulted, it seemed kind of broadly logical that perhaps we should have another crossing because we'd all sat in the queue at Culham and maybe it was a good idea. But when we sought to be cooperative and constructive around the positioning of the road, and when it looked as if the road was going to actually come right past our houses within 60 metres thereof, we held a referendum and 90% of households voted against the proposal, which I think you'll agree is a high number in this kind of vote. So there's a clear indication that Appleford does not support the proposal. And the world has moved on from 2018 when it seemed vaguely sensible to have another road crossing. The pandemic changed our understanding of health and well-being. It changed our working and commuting patterns. The effects of anthropogenic climate change have become much more stark in the last 2 years. And the impact of the house building in our area have become more evident. So I think it's become more and more clear to all of us concerned that the answer to the need to alleviate congestion isn't to build more roads. And I love this quote, which is like saying that the cure for obesity is to let out your trousers. It's not to build more roads, it's to take people off the roads and move them around in more sustainable ways. in particular mass transit solutions for commuters, but also, obviously, active travel. So the decision on this planning proposal should be made on the situation as it is now, and not on the mindset that existed at the initiation of the project. And I think we all feel that the huge cost of this road would be better spent on a coordinated public transport and active transport plan for the area, with all the attendant health benefits and reduction of health risks that that would produce. Thank you.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Woolley, have you got further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Humphreys or Mr. Flanagan? Mr. Flanagan.
Me this afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you. So, if you take up your proof of evidence, please. And go to paragraph 15.
Yes, I have it.
Thank you. And you say there, as I think you've reiterated orally, you say the applicant did not provide a health impact assessment. This is very surprising given the previously mentioned health impacts and given the proximity of the proposed road to sensitive populations, so forth. I'll come back to the rest of that paragraph about schools and accept other matters. Paragraph 16, you say, fact no HIA has been provided by the applicant is a significant omission. Applicant is asking the inspector to adjudicate on the harms versus benefits of the proposal without proper professional advice. That's what I want to ask you about to start with. So if you go, please, to a document on the list, it's Mr. Maddox's appendices to his proof.
Yeah.
So,
I'll get that on the laptop if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
OCC, Maddox appendices, yep.
And within his appendices, if you go to PDF page 86, which should be appendix 2.7.
When you see PDF, is that the number in the bottom right-hand corner?
It's the electronic number rather than the pagination in the document,
right,
if that
okay.
makes sense. It does match. Okay.
Does it match? Okay,
it
that's
matches,
useful,
yeah.
thank you. I'll scroll down in a minute.
Yeah.
Did you say 86?
86, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Nearly there.
Let me know when you've got that.
485, 86. Yes. Got
And
it, thank you.
what the 86 is the title page, and that tells us it's an email 20th of January 2023 from Healthy Place Shaping Team for South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse District Council. And then we go over the page to page 87, we've got the document itself, see from the title, the top, District South and Vale, Planning Ref, Team, Healthy Place Shaping, officers' names, two of them, officers' titles, Head of Healthy Place Shaping and Health Improvement Practitioners, 20th January 2023. So these are the public health officers at the district councils.
Okay.
And they're providing consultation comments on the proposals. And comments we see, reading through it, and the text continues, the public health team have reviewed the following chapters in the environmental statement in order to assess the impact of the scheme on human health and well-being.
Yeah.
Chapter 13, population and human health. Chapter 6, air quality. Chapter 10, noise and vibration. And then they say it's noted that at the time of the scoping review for the environmental impact assessment in 2020, there was no requirement for a separate health impact assessment to be undertaken of major infrastructure schemes. However, the relevant chapters in the environmental statement provide sufficient information for an assessment of the impacts of the scheme, positive, negative and neutral, on health and well-being. Our comments address the impact of the scheme on the following: air quality, noise, physical activity, access to nature, etc., connectivity and climate impact. So the view of the professional officers at South and Vale District Councils, the public health officers, is that there is sufficient information for an assessment of the impacts on health and well-being, isn't it?
Of the scheme.
Of the scheme. So when you in your proof of evidence say the inspector's being asked to adjudicate on the harms versus benefits without proper professional advice, in fact, hang on, I haven't asked the question yet.
Okay.
The professional advice from the public health officers at the district councils is the inspector does have sufficient information to adjudicate on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can I respond now? So what they in fact say is that at the time there was no requirement for a separate health impact assessment. That doesn't mean that one couldn't have been performed and that a health impact assessment wouldn't have been of value. That's the first thing I would say. And then the second thing I would say is that my point was that, and this may, I'm not an expert in this sense, but the overall project failed to look at health impact of all the available options, and purely looking at the one particular option that was chosen now isn't sufficient to get the best possible outcome for the population of the county. That was my point. A little harsh, perhaps, to say that he didn't have proper professional input. I think that I would be prepared to withdraw that. But I still think that the information that you've been given isn't been enough for you to be sure that this is the best way to deal with congestion in the county from a health point of view.
Right. But in terms of assessing the health impacts of the scheme that's being proposed, I think you're agreeing there is sufficient information.
I think the professionals have done their best with the modelling they've been given. But I would still contend that the traffic modelling isn't accurate enough to show the extent of the harms that will in fact occur. So they've based both the noise and the air pollution documents are staged all the way through that it's based on the traffic model they've been given. Now, if there's a problem with the traffic model, there will be a problem with those outputs.
Right, so that goes back to the adequacy of the traffic modelling, which we had significant evidence on a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
But okay, right. I'm not going to ask
but
about...
it does pertain, obviously, to my evidence.
Sorry. But assume... I'm not going to ask about traffic modelling. Assume the traffic modelling is robust. I know you probably say it isn't, but assume it is.
Yeah.
If it is, you've got no issue with the health assessment.
I wouldn't say that completely. There are some areas which I would still disagree with, which I can go into in more detail if you wish.
Well, assume the traffic modelling's robust. The public health officers have said the health information is sufficient. You don't point to any areas they've missed or overlooked, do you?
I haven't in my statement, but I have since come to the conclusion that there are issues, specifically around the stated benefits to health of the health of people of Appleford due to reduced noise. I do think there are problems there.
So noise. I'll come to noise in a bit. Okay. Anything else?
Noise is part of the health thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Anything else?
Just refer to my notes. Yes, I think that again, both noise and air pollution have failed to take into account information that's recently come to my notice regarding the HGV movements at FCC and Hanson. Now, I didn't realise that those lorries would be using a road that links onto the Hif1, that they wouldn't be going down to the bottom as they had before and then come back up the road, that they would actually use a slip road onto the Hif1 close to South Appleford. Now that's at least 300 lorries a day, 300 lorry movements a day, going up a steep gradient onto the flyover.
I'm going to come to, you put some evidence in on HGVs, I'm going to come to those as well.
So that's another, and I think both from the noise and the pollution point of view, that hasn't been taken in. So we've got benefits overstated for reasons which I can go into, and those two issues. Yeah.
Okay, right.
I think those are my main ones.
Those are your main ones. Okay, thank you. And just still dealing with the generality, this is it's obviously a major application over the threshold for an environmental statement. That's why we've got one, with significant environmental information in that statement. There are obviously schemes which are below the threshold for environmental impact assessment, where you wouldn't have a chapter, an ES chapter or any ES. You wouldn't have an ES population and health chapter. You understand that scenario?
I do.
Now there's government guidance, we can put it in if necessary, that it is clearly possible to, when you're in the EIA territory, to integrate your health assessment within an ES. You have a chapter called Population and Human Health, for instance.
Yes.
Health's on the name of the document.
Yes.
So as the professional public health officers at the districts have observed, that process can provide the necessary information for health assessment. You accept that in principle is possible?
That's in principle possible.
Yeah, and so it's a question of judgment whether that's happened here sufficiently.
Yes, and whether that process happened at the right time in the process, if you see what I mean. I understand that we're talking about a planning application here, but I think to have maximal benefit, those elements should have been looked at far earlier in the process in order to make the right choices on the project in the first place.
Yes, I understand. So this is, I think, an alternatives point.
Yes.
There may be a better alternative from a health point of view, I think. I'm not sure it's, in fairness, fully articulated in your evidence, but you made the point, I think, in answer to the inspector a moment ago. Yeah?
Yes.
Have you looked at the optioneering documents for this scheme?
I've looked at some of them. I haven't read through all of them. I've read the part of the ES that related to them.
We've obviously had evidence on alternatives already.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest to you that the optioneering clearly and extensively considered matters such as noise, air quality, other environmental impacts of various alternatives before arriving at a final scheme for which to apply planning permission for. Do you
I understand
agree with
that the
or?
alternatives didn't include anything other than largely road schemes, though.
Okay, well, let's have a brief look at it. It's not on my list. You'll have to, I think, find it hopefully on the website. It's CDA.19.3.
You're too quick for me. I have to...
Sorry, yes.
It's gone to sleep again.
No.
Okay, just getting gateway up. Okay. Again, 3. Is that in core documents now?
It's in the core documents, yeah.
Okay, hang on, I'll just get to
Not
core
the inquiry
then.
documents. So if you go to the core documents.
Yeah. So where do I go from there?
So it's CDA point.
I think Mr. Flanagan, you're going to have to give me a moment as well. I've got no internet apparently.
Oh dear.
I've heard lavender room is better.
There we go.
The reference is CDA.19.3.
So CD, is that revised submission? Or
No, sorry.
Oh, right.
ignore CD, that's an acronym for core document.
Okay.
It's
In
A,
Mhm.
point 19.3.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Flanagan, I really need you to wait. I still
apologies.
haven't got anything,
I
I'm
will.
afraid.
And that's the design and access statement zip. Design and access statement zip. Okay. I'd love to download.
Right. So, I'm at the core documents, I'm afraid.
A19.
Point 19.
A19,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, I'm there, I think. Which part of A19?
Point 3.
Point 3. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm...
Option assessment report.
Thank you.
It is. And so hopefully what you have at that document is the option assessment report 2021. You've got that?
Yes, thank you.
And there were previous option reports, and they were brought together in this. And it's obviously a significant document given the scale of the scheme, but just pick up a few references. If you go, for instance, to page 19, which is PDF page 20, and let me know when you've got there.
Yep.
And on that page, PDF page 20, this is in the section reviewing policies, that paragraph 2.3.8 in the middle of the page has a paragraph
Yep.
dealing with one of the bit of the policy context, which is active and healthy travel strategy, which is a county council document. And as it says in its name, it's talking about contributing to reducing pressure on the road network, contributing to economic growth and reduction of emissions, improve quality of life and health, link active travel with bus and rail options, and all those sorts of matters which are embedded in the county council's policy framework and the planning policy framework, yes? So that's the context. And then we look at how that was taken forward. Objectives were identified. So we go to that, it's page 78 of the PDF. And on page 78 of the PDF, you should have table 4.6, defined objectives.
Okay.
You got that?
Did you say a table?
Yes, it's a table on PDF page 78.
Table 4.5. Table 4.6, yes, thank you.
And these are the objectives, and the objectives are important because the scheme is assessed against, alternatives are assessed against the objectives before deciding on the defined one. And there's 8 objectives you can see in that table. The 7th and 8th concern the theme of sustainable travel, you can see, and the 3rd column, objective description, right at the bottom,
Yep.
objective 8, minimise carbon emissions and other pollution such as water, air, noise and light, increase resilience of climate and so forth. So there's also more about promoting sustainable mode. So clearly part of the objectives to avoid such things as noise and air pollution, increase sustainable travel.
Sure, good intentions.
Well,
They're all
good
there.
intentions, but you've just laid the charge against this scheme that health has not been considered in drawing up this scheme. But,
No,
but
I
hang
s-
on, let me ask the question
Okay.
first. Dr. Jones, it is inherent to this optioneering process to consider precisely the health impacts you're concerned with.
What I didn't say that the health impacts weren't thought about. What I said was that there were the schemes that were looked at in more detail were largely road schemes, that there weren't other forms of transport and other options optioneered. Are you able to show me where other schemes were?
Page
in the
97.
options?
If you go to page 97.
Thank you.
PDF page 97.
Yep.
And what you've got on there is hopefully table 613 in the middle of the
Yes.
page.
Yeah.
And this is called option 11. I'll just give you some context. There were 16 options considered. They were then whittled down and optioneered further, in addition to a do nothing at 70.
Yeah.
But this is one. This is option 11, and it's called, you can see from the title, Comprehensive Cycle and Walking Networks within Didcot. Okay, so not a principally road-based option. Yes. And if you look at the comments, first bullet point, this option concerning cycling and walking alone is unlikely to be enough to fully support the development across the Science Vale, and therefore scores low on objectives 1 to 5. Improved walking and cycling should, however, be a key feature of preferred scheme options. So
I'm perfectly willing to accept that that is one option, cycling and walking. But what about mass transit and public transport schemes?
next page.
Thank you.
I mean, Dr.
It's very kind of you to lead me through this.
Well, yes. Option 12, next page. Science Vale Bus Rapid Transit.
Yeah.
Simply incorrect to suggest that the options which you were floating a moment ago have not been considered, isn't it?
Well, I find it very disappointing that a sustainable transport option couldn't be brought forward, and that you had to resort to building an enormous road to deal with only temporarily road congestion. You're just simply, as I say, dealing with the problem by letting out your trousers, and it's to me it's not in keeping with the I don't know, the image of Oxfordshire as a science-led go-ahead sort of area. Surely we could have thought of something more imaginative and more sustainable. I think it's, but I acknowledge that there were options looked at. If only options that could be found that weren't sufficient, couldn't we have looked for more options?
Well, I've shown you 2 of the 16.
Okay.
There's another 14. I'm not going to spend
We haven't got time to go
all
through
afternoon going through them.
Yes.
You say it's a shame, but I've just shown you the one you were particularly promoting, active transport based, and that looked at, that would expressly found here not support the Science Vale aspirations which you just referred to, because it wouldn't facilitate the growth required for that.
No, I agree. You can't just have everyone walking and cycling. There has to be other things going on.
Okay. Good. So,
and I would further say that I can't see here, and maybe you could show me, where the actual health impact of these options was looked at and compared. The health impact of these options, was that looked at and compared as part of the optioneering process?
There are two main strands that you focus on, health, air quality and noise.
Yeah.
I've just shown you how they were both part of the objectives against which these alternatives were assessed.
But I also said that a proper health impact assessment looks at the wider determinants of health, not simply noise and air pollution.
Active travel. healthy,
It's one of them.
healthy travel, part of the policy framework which I took you to a moment ago, which is the context for this document.
Yeah.
I think without spending significant time going through this page by page,
Sure. No, I understand.
we're not going to make progress. Good. So we've looked at the option here, we've looked at the professional advice. We'll come to the ES shortly. Before we do, still sticking with Mr. Maddox's appendices.
Okay, I have to go back to that.
If you go, please, to Mr. Maddox's appendices, page 60, PDF, page 64.
I just have to find him again. Page 64?
Yes.
Okay.
And on PDF, page 64, you should hopefully find Mr. Maddox's appendix 2.6.
Yes, thank you.
And what this is, we see on the title page 64, Rapid Health Impact Assessment Review Checklist, signpost document, and it explains a document produced by the applicant for the LPA, which outlines how health has been taken into account in the environmental statement. We go over the page to page 65, Oxfordshire Health Impact Assessment, Rapid HIA Review Checklist, and then it explains what it's done. It's reviewed chapters 13, 6 and 10 of the ES, and then it has a table which goes over many pages. You get on the first column criteria, second column grading, A being adequate, F further information, I inadequate, and comments. And as you can see from, for instance, 1.1, chapter third column, chapter 13 of the environmental statement considers the potential impacts of the scheme on community health and well-being, and then continues, and just to take a few examples just to identify what this document is getting at. Next page, page 66, criteria under 2.1, a process to identify groups of the population likely to be affected by the proposed development has been undertaken. Grading A, adequate. Comments, with the exception of Sandford and Whittenham's, which has a childhood BCD rate of prevalence of 20% or so. So looking at health indicators in local populations, yes?
Mm-hmm.
All that information identified to be already in the environmental statement. So remember a moment ago I was made the comment, well, below the EIA threshold, a standalone health impact assessment it may be necessary because you just don't have the information otherwise. Mm-hmm. With an EIA, you do. No need for standalone necessarily. And what's more, you can integrate the information in the environmental statement as a whole, as has been done. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
But yes, but?
Yes.
My problem with this is it is very broad brush, and in a sense, and also it loses the opportunity to look at what's best for certain sensitive areas. So I can't help but look at this from the point of view of Appleford. And had the various options and the various routes been looked at in the health terms, I feel that, for instance, the cumulative impact of noise and pollution on South Appleford would have been noted and mitigated in a way by moving the road, by not having it going within 60 metres of that neighbourhood. But because those the sort of detailed work only occurred when we got to the final option, the opportunity to do that was lost.
Okay, so it comes back to the alternatives point. Is there a better, less impactful solution?
Yes, and it's not just, okay, so we're going to have a road, but where will the road go? Have we looked at the health impacts of the different road routes?
I'll come back to that in a moment. Just
Okay.
finish up on this document.
Sure.
Go over to page 68, please. Just one
Yeah.
further example of it. Page 68 is section 4, assessment of health. Just to look at the detail that we have. 4.1.1, there should be a narrative which interprets the data collected in the context of the HIA. That's the criteria. Grading is adequate, and comments explains a qualitative assessment of human health has been undertaken in accordance with LA 112. This has involved establishing sensitivity of community population based on health profile, etc. So, detailed assessment of health, and this is just the checklist for pointing out where it is in the ES. This is not the assessment itself, if you understand.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. And this document continues for about 20 pages. Not mentioned at all in your proof of evidence. Why is that?
Because the point about my proof of evidence is that I felt that this level of work should have been done much earlier in the process and could have been broader. I mean, why has a health impact assessment been considered at all or recommended at all if it's actually just an environmental statement?
Okay.
You know, it is a tool which can be of a huge value, and I think when you're looking at such a big project, you should do the very best that you can. And I acknowledge that some health issues were looked at. I mean, we have the disadvantage of being, in this sense, of being a pretty healthy community. So the conclusions in most of this is that, well, you know, this isn't a deprived area. People in general are quite healthy in a respiratory and cardiovascular sense. So go ahead.
Good. On your alignment point, sorry, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to a question I have on that. So it requires you, to go back to the option appraisal report, the CDA point 19.
Okay.
Point 3. Where we were a moment ago.
19.3, which page?
It's PDF page 119.
Thank you.
And on PDF page, so this is the option appraisal report 2021, which we were looking at a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you were just talking about, that's why I asked you about this, talking about, well, road alignments, what was considered.
Mm-hmm.
So section 8.4, which you hopefully have on PDF page 119, is called sub-options for Didcot to Culham River crossing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Are you with me, Dr.
Yes,
Jones? Sorry?
I'm with you.
Thank you very much. And just to explain, I talked about 16 options. Beyond those 16 options, then sub-options were considered, and that's where we are now, that level of the process. Go over the page to PDF page 120, you'll see figure 8.3, Didcot to Culham River crossing sub-options.
Okay. Is that the map?
It is.
Okay.
And the coloured lines of the route alignments considered.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All these were considered. Yes?
Yes.
And so...
In terms of health? In terms of health impact?
Give me a moment, I'll ask you about that. Option 1, which we see on that page, and you can identify option 1 by the alignment, on the coloured alignment on the plan, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's if you go over the page to page 121, there's a table, sub-option 3.1, benefits and challenges.
Yeah.
You see benefits. Fourth bullet point, limited noise impact due to proximity of railway line, positive impact on noise reduction in Long Wittenham as traffic is diverted away from driving through the village. So reference to noise. Challenges include, fourth bullet point, passes close to the village of Appleford. And final bullet point under challenges is noise impact on some Appleford properties. And a whole host of other environmental considerations considered there. Impact on public rights of way, obviously again relevant to recreation and health in that respect.
Yeah.
So the impacts that you talk about in your proof plainly were considered in the optioneering of these alignments, weren't they?
Could you just give me the date of this document again?
2021.
2021. Okay. And I think I'm right in saying that Appleford had been in consultation with the applicant prior to this document regarding other alternatives in terms of alignment, particularly at the south of Appleford, avoiding that very close proximity of 60 metres. And that we were told that this was considered but ruled out for technical reasons, but which we felt was technically viable. And we never really got to the bottom of why that option was not taken forward more seriously. Because the south of Appleford, as is stated in those tables, is unfortunately a very challenging spot when it comes to this proposal. And we were most disappointed as a village that the option to move the southern Appleford part of the alignment across further west by, I think it was 100 metres, was it 150 metres? Oh, sorry, 200 metres, wasn't taken up.
Were you here for the evidence of Mr. Chan?
I wasn't, unfortunately.
Okay, well, Mr. Chan gave some detailed technical design evidence as to moving the road 100 metres or less, given the landfill, the pond, the other constraints in that area. So that evidence is before the inquiry. I think still probably on YouTube, should you wish to see it. But just in terms of this document's consideration of proposals by Appleford and other stakeholders, if you go to page 124,
Thank you.
you'll find in the middle of the page, PDF page 124, sub-option 3.6, new western alignment.
Yes.
And 8.4.14 tells us this sub-option is based on the alignment of sub-option 3.1, it's the one we were just looking at, which was the initial preferred option from the earlier optioneering. This design was amended following stakeholder engagement, traffic modelling and archaeological assessments. During the November 2018 public consultation, OCC received comments from Appleford residents that the alignment was too close to the village and should be moved westwards, and then some further comments. So I appreciate you may not agree with the outcome of where we've ended up, but clearly and expressly those comments have been taken into account and considered, and indeed new alignments come up with as a result.
Oh, I was waiting for a question. No, I agree that the area northwest of Appleford was moved across, but the most sensitive area is South Appleford, and that remained in place.
Mr. Chan, as I said, gave evidence. Fine, good. Turn away from that then. If you go back to your proof, please.
Right.
Paragraph 6.
Yes.
Now, paragraph 6, you say air pollution from roads is due to, and then you list a number of pollutants. Now, I understand you're not giving evidence here, I assume, as an air quality expert. Now understood. I don't understand you to be saying that the air quality assessment is deficient because it omits consideration of a particular pollutant on that list, for example. That's not what you're saying, is it?
No.
No, you're making a general point that pollutants such as these can harm air quality and harm people as a result.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
you're not saying the air quality assessment is deficient for omitting consideration of any particular pollutant, are you?
I'm not saying that.
No. Insofar as you do make some specific points on the air quality assessment or on air quality impacts, paragraph 8 and 9 over the page, you make comments about, as you did in Chief, Appleford being downwind from the proposed road, and a factor you put forward as relevant to the assessment. Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you take up Ms. Anna Savage's rebuttal proof of evidence, please? And
Yep.
within that, if you could go to paragraph 3.8 and 3.9.
Yes.
And Ms. Savage, who's the air quality expert giving evidence on behalf of the applicant, 3.8 says the scheme air quality assessment considered impacts at selected properties in Appleford that are located within 200 metres of main road and at distances between 20 and 550 metres from the scheme. Prevailing wind direction in the meteorological data from RAF Benson that was used in the air quality model was from the southwest. So the assessment has taken account of Dr. Jones's comments that many properties in Appleford are downwind of the scheme. And then Savage continues, I am therefore satisfied that the modelled receptors were selected within an appropriate distance from the scheme and that the meteorological data represented local conditions. Therefore, the assessment fully considered the air quality impacts due to the changes in traffic flows and the position of the existing roads in the scheme. The changes in concentrations presented in the assessment of properties in Appleford are predicted to be small and not significant. So, professional evidence is the downwind point that you make. It's been thought about, doesn't affect the assessment, and overall the assessment is showing no significant impacts. I don't understand you to produce any expert evidence to contradict that.
No, I'm grateful to Anna Savage for confirming that the prevailing wind has been taken account of in her model. But I go back to the point that her model is dependent on the traffic modelling. Need I say more? We're not happy about the traffic modelling. We feel that there will be a lot more HGV traffic and traffic in general than is modelled, and therefore these assessments we don't feel are valid.
Okay, that's clear. I've got your traffic modelling point. Another specific point, just to show you where it's picked up. In your proof paragraph 15, you make a specific point about school impacts.
Yes.
Paragraph 15 of your proof, second sentence, this is very surprising given the previously mentioned health impacts and given the proximity of the proposed road to sensitive populations, in particular Appleford, but also children from aged 4 to 18 at the state-run European school in Culham. And if you've still got Ms. Savage's rebuttal to hand,
I can get it again. Yep.
and paragraph 3.4 and 3.5. .4, Savage records your comment I've just read you about school impacts on school children. 3.5, she responds, I confirm the air quality assessment did not model air quality impact specifically at this school, that's the Europa school, as there are sensitive receptors closer to the affected roads. In the results appendix, the predicted annual mean NO2 concentration at the kiddie linguistics preschool in Culham, located close to Europa school, was shown to reduce slightly with the scheme. Likewise, there are predicted air quality benefits at other schools, including Clifton Hampton Church of England Primary School and Sutton Courtenay Church of England Primary School within the scheme. So, considered and in fact beneficial in terms of air quality in this scheme. That's the evidence.
I do have a comment on that particular paragraph. I take her point about having looked at sensitive receptors closer to the affected roads, but that's still subject to my previous caveat about the modelling.
Yeah.
Regarding the preschool in Culham, that is very close to the currently congested Tollgate Road in Culham, and so you would expect that to benefit, whereas the Europa school will be closer to the road and therefore is likely to not benefit in the same way and possibly suffer. So I don't think that point is very apposite. Clifton Hampden Primary School will clearly have less traffic going past it if the bypass is built. That's self-evident.
Yeah.
Not so sure about Sutton Courtenay C of E Primary School, but I won't comment on that. I'm not quite sure where that is.
Yes, well, it's in Sutton Courtenay, and there's significant reductions in flows predicted through Sutton Courtenay.
But the primary school is nowhere near a big road, is it? No.
Okay,
Anyway,
well,
I think it's a small point. It's a small point.
It's a benefit of the scheme in air quality terms, but Savage can speak to that. Noise, in terms of specific points you make on that, you make the point you made in chief. It's in your proof, paragraph 13. It's your proof, paragraph 13. Traffic noise is worse downwind and exacerbated by the elevation of the road. The paragraph continues. Again, can I just ask you to take up Mr. Paget's rebuttal this time? He's the noise expert.
I think I've got his printed out.
Paget rebuttal.
No, I'll have to get him online. Might be a second.
Thank you.
Can I close the design and access statement?
You can, safely, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Mr. Paget, where have you gone? Oh no, that's us, sorry. OCC proof, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
So is it the main proof or the rebuttal?
The rebuttal.
The rebuttal. Thank you.
Oh, is it the top? Yes. I have it now, thank you.
Good. And the relevant paragraph is 4.5, if you could go to that. Page 8.
Yep.
4.5, Mr. Paget quotes part of your paragraph 13 of your proof, and then 4.6, he explains that the prediction method assumes noise propagation consistent with moderately adverse wind velocities and directions. That is to say, the fact that traffic noise is worse downwind is already accounted for in the prediction method. 3D alignment of the scheme is also included within the computer model of the scheme. With regard to exacerbating existing sources of noise pollution, the presence of the scheme on embankment will offer some screening of existing noise sources beyond it to the west. to receptors in Appleford. So, Dr. Jones, the expert acoustic evidence is in fact downwind point already taken account of, the 3D alignment of the scheme taken account of, and indeed the point you made in chief, concern about the embankment, is potentially providing some noise screening. And
Can I respond?
you may, of course.
Okay. A couple of points on that then. The fact that it's already taken into account with the modelling, I'm grateful for that reassurance. However, the conclusion that then is drawn that in fact Main Road will benefit from a noise point of view, especially the northern part of Main Road, will experience a benefit rather than an adverse reaction, I think isn't truly borne out. Can I explain why?
Certainly, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
let me ask. The question was whether the noise impacts were the specific ones that you referred to, the downwind, the elevation, and potentially, I think you talked about reverberation or a reflection of the noise from
Yes.
Those specific factors have been considered by the acousticians, and they consider they've been taken into account.
I don't think the reverberations are referred to in that paragraph. The downwind I would certainly accept, and that possibly the embankment might reflect back some of the banging and crashing that goes on in the quarry, but not the noise of the actual sidings where the aggregate trains come through. Those walls of the viaduct, I think, could represent a significant risk, but I think Mr. Hancock will speak more to that.
Okay, no, I've heard that point, and Mr. Paget no doubt can address it. Good. Okay, so that's noise. Next document, can I just to take you to, is the ES Population and Human Health chapter itself, which is core document A.15.13.
Okay. A15. I think that was that in volume 2? Can't remember.
Volume 1.
Is it volume 1? Oh, thank you. That's very
Volume
helpful.
1. Let me know once you've got there.
It's a while to unzip. Okay. Sorry about this delay. It's a bit clunky. For some reason, my download is not happy.
It downloads it first, and then you click on what it's downloaded.
But for some reason it hasn't come. I'll see if I've got it here somewhere already. Okay. What am I looking for?
So you've got to the chapter itself, have you?
Environmental statement. Which chapter?
ES chapter 13,
ES chapter
Population
13.
and Human Health.
Okay, yeah, I've got that somewhere. Hang on. Oh, I know where I can find it.
to see the reference?
I'm just sorry. Have you got it?
Yeah, I think I
How
can.
about yours? Oh, thank you.
Sorry, can we have the reference? So there's going to be a few, but if that's
Okay,
very
can I
helpful, Mr.
borrow
O'Brien.
Yeah, I
if you're-
think it's
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
So
For some
just-
reason, my computer's decided to sulk.
It does happen. So just in terms of the document itself, you'll see from the front page, this is Chapter 13, Population and Human Health.
Yeah.
And could you go, please, to PDF page 47?
Yes, I'm there.
Which should be headed 13.10, Assessment of Likely Significant Effects.
13.10. Yes.
And this is the part of the chapter that deals with that. It deals with a wide range of matters under subheadings, just to orientate ourselves. So the first one is construction, and then under that, land use and accessibility. I'm going to focus on health. So if you go ahead to PDF page 63.
What's the heading there?
Human health, paragraph 13.10.74.
13.10.74. Okay. Getting there. Human health accessibility.
Good. So, and just to, this is within the operation as
Yes.
part of the assessment. So there's construction and operation. This is operation. So human health, just briefly look at this, the assessment. Human health, first subheading is accessibility. And the way to do this is really to look at the last sentence of each paragraph for the impact. And it says 13.10.74, the last sentence reads, therefore, by improving access to healthcare and social infrastructure, the scheme is assessed to have a positive health impact. Yeah.
That's what it says.
That's what it says. Next paragraph, just take you through a few of them. 13.10.75, last sentence, as the scheme improves access to such local facilities, the scheme is assessed to have a positive health outcome. Physical activity, 13.10.76, operation of the scheme is therefore assessed to have a positive health outcome. Air quality, 13.10.77, slightly more nuanced here. No likely significant air quality effects on human health are recorded, therefore to have a neutral health outcome, and so forth. And I won't go through the...
Well, we could do noise where it's less...
Yes, no, it's entirely fair. Let's do noise. I know so there's concern about noise. So noise is 13.10.79, 80, 81 and 82, and it's got a slightly fuller text. 13.10.80, second sentence, operation effect of the scheme in terms of noise and vibration as a determinant of human health will result in a residual negative health outcome for people living, working and using the properties and facilities identified above, and that's a specific list identified above. It then, 13.10.81, I won't read it, but lists a number of properties, and if you just look at the numbers of properties involved in 13.10.81, 57 properties on the A4130, 79 in Appleford, 228 in Sutton Courtenay and Culham, 9 on the A415 east of Culham, 91 in Clifton Hampden. Hundreds. And those are beneficial.
Well, that's one of the ones I would like to challenge.
Sorry?
The beneficial outcome for the properties in Appleford I can speak to because that's my personal knowledge. And this is based on if the traffic remains as it is now in Appleford, and we then introduce Hif1, then traffic will be taken off the B4016 going through the village and will go onto the Hif1. So question one, is that really true? The answer, possibly some of it, but then possibly other traffic will come. The modelling claims not. We don't believe that. But the other point is that we're on the waiting list for a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit and speed restrictions down to sort of chicanes and so on at the entrance of the village for Main Road Appleford, which will already reduce our noise exposure, even without Hif1. So the small amount of benefit which is being suggested for Appleford will have already been achieved before Hif1 comes in. So I think, you know, saying it has a beneficial effect, these are small amounts, certainly for the Appleford properties, and I would say those will have been already achieved and can't be claimed as a benefit for this scheme. I'm afraid I can't comment in detail on the others.
Okay. The traffic calming point, that potentially, obviously, it has benefits and disadvantages, obviously. I mean,
For Appleford?
Yes.
In what sense?
Well, it may slow traffic, but you, in terms of the noise and air quality impacts near the traffic calming itself, can have impacts, of course.
I think the calming is going to be outside the village, isn't it?
And in terms of reducing flows through Appleford, is there any assessment that you're producing as to that?
No, I'm just simply talking about the noise impact is largely related to speed, and speed will already have reduced.
Yes. In terms of the numbers themselves, I was just asking you about, and so you wanted to look at this. It's a simple point, but an important one I'm going to suggest. 31079, the property suffering some residual negative impact, and you can see them, they're identified, there are clearly some. But compare them to the numbers in 31081, and 31082 tells us those are residual positive health outcomes for people because of beneficial noise impacts. Hundreds, including 79 in Appleford itself. Single village, given that, I mean, as you said, Appleford is a small place, and this scheme in itself is creating noise benefits for no less than 79 properties within that single village.
Which I challenge.
Which you challenge, and Mr. Padgett can give noise evidence on that. Good. Okay. That's the noise, the health assessment. The two final headings, just so we've seen them, are landscape amenity. That's 31083. And there are some short-term negative health impacts, but effectively mitigated in the longer term. And then finally, 31084 is road safety. Last sentence. As a result of the scheme having a beneficial impact on road safety, the scheme is assessed to have a positive health outcome within the human health study area. So road safety, beneficial outcome. Yes?
I mean, the road safety figures are really, I mean, the number of accidents recorded are very low. I'm not sure that this would achieve statistical significance if you looked at it in a statistical way. Could I just mention the landscape amenity? Again, I mean, I'm being very subjective about Appleford, but nobody has mentioned the visual intrusion of the flyover in Appleford, which is massive, and particularly again for those poor souls in the south of the village who are within sort of 60 to 100 metres of this great big flyover with HGV lorries flying across it. So I think that should be considered when you talk about landscape amenity.
Were you here for Alan James's evidence this morning?
Alan James?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall I asked him some questions about the visual landscape and visual impacts of the flyover or the Appleford Sidings Bridge?
I think that yes, he did, and he didn't actually comment on those so much as he was more interested in the wider landscape effects going over the gravel pits.
Okay. Miss Ash certainly hasn't, we say, ignored those. She can speak to those in due course.
But could I also mention that the amenity aspect of the gravel pit restoration was for our village a really major part of why we didn't object more to the Bridge Farm gravel extraction. For Appleford, it's always jam tomorrow, you know. Accept this horrible thing today, and you'll get jam tomorrow. And for us, we had this prospect of a beautiful wetland where we could walk and have some peace and quiet if we put up with a number of years of gravel extraction and driving through buns in a post-apocalyptic landscape. And that is now due to this proposal likely to be taken away from us.
I can bring positive news, Dr. Jones, that's not the case. Mr. James has submitted some evidence for the first time a few days ago saying that is the case. It isn't the case, and as I said we will reply to Mr. James' supplementary proof with a note of our own, which shows that that is simply not correct. So I'll look forward to that in due course.
I look forward to seeing that.
Good. Two final matters for you, Dr. Jones, if I can, in respect to the documents I think you produced today or yesterday.
Please.
So the one of them is a graph of HGV deliveries.
Yeah.
And it is, as I understand, or you suggest it's produced by Heidelberg, Hansen, the aggregates operator, and giving an indication of their daily sort of HGV deliveries. And you point out they're potentially, in terms of maximums, into the hundreds, the average about 95. And the other document you produce is an extract from a transporter statement from relating to FCC, who are the waste operator, run the landfill operation, as I understand. Yeah. And not too concerned with the detail, but you highlight that they also talk about HGV movements, 152 two-way HGV movements on an average weekday. Yep.
That's correct. I should say that is bound to be an underestimate because it doesn't take into account movements into the materials recycling facility or the composting. This is purely for the waste transfer station.
Okay. And in terms of this point, can I ask you to take up Ms. Curry's rebuttal proof of evidence, Claudia Curry's rebuttal proof of evidence?
Let's hope this is decided to unfreeze.
Is it her main proof?
No, sorry, rebuttal.
Rebuttal.
Sorry, right.
Proofs OCC. I think she's at the bottom, isn't she? Yeah. Rebuttal.
Yes, rebuttal. And within it, if you could go to page 6, paragraph 3.6.
Oh, sorry. I mean the appendix to the rebuttal. Here we are. Could you say that again, please?
Page 6,
yeah.
Paragraph 3.6.
Okay. Yes.
And this is under the heading HGV movements and weight restrictions. And Curry states Chris Hancock and Dr. Jones and Sam Casey-Rahay all raise a concern that HGV movements would increase through villages as they would not be required to follow existing routing agreements. She says all 3 stages of the traffic modelling take account of HGVs. Okay, so HGVs have been taken into account in the traffic modelling. And then 3.8, she explains the scheme does not propose to remove the existing weight limit on the village roads, and there being one on Appleford Main Road. Yeah. So that not going to change. Okay. Second sentence, if HGV movements related to minerals and waste operations in Sutton Courtenay are being referred to, the vehicle movements are subject to routing agreements under the Highways Act 1980. If an operator wished to amend a routing agreement, it would need to go through the official process and be considered by Oxfordshire County Council as local planning authority, including consultation. And so, Dr. Jones, you're right, there are routing agreements in place. Those routing agreements provide, generally, subject to a local delivery exception, as I understand, generally the HGVs leave HEC, Hanson, or FCC, go south down what's called Hall Road to hit the northern perimeter road around Didcot, join the A4130, go out to the A34. Yeah. Those routing agreements, well, they won't be changed by this application because they're subject to conditions on planning applications which are planning permissions which already exist. So we've certainly thought about this, not proposed to be changed, and I don't understand you to suggest otherwise.
I believe it was a personal communication to a member of our team that if the road was there, it would be used. And so I presume that the companies concerned would apply to vary their agreements, and indeed slip roads will exist. So I mean, it's not as if you're not going to have a slip road from those sites onto the Hif1. So if there is a slip road there, I really find it very surprising if you would refuse permission to use the slip road that you've provided for those HGVs to get onto that road.
So the first point, you said the companies might apply to change their agreements. I mean, if they did, that would be subject to the planning process.
Of course.
If unacceptable environmental terms, then could be refused. The slip road, as I understand, there is a way to access the Hif1 road from those sites.
Yes.
That could similarly be subject, well, they could go south rather than north.
They could, but if they want to go north, I would have thought they'd go north.
They'd be in breach of their routing agreement.
Unless they change it.
Next point is the A34.
Yeah. Oh, could I just, I'm sorry, do you mind if I go back quickly? I think Ms. Curry was misunderstanding my concern regarding HGVs, and it wasn't that the HGVs would go through the villages, because I understand that with the weight limit we'll be in the same position, that they won't be allowed, and that will be enforced by trading standards. So I just wanted to say that our concern was about the HGVs accessing the Hif1 road, and the massive acceleration with accompanying noise and emissions that would require to get up onto the elevated section with a loaded lorry from ground level, as it were. That's our concern, our HGV concern, relating to those two companies. The other HGV concern is the redirected HGVs.
Okay, so the weight restriction point through Appleford, okay, so not pursuing
that will remain in. No, I'm not. That
No.
remains in place, and I understand.
Understood. But the routing point's just as good, because they're going to remain in place as well, those routing agreements, unless there's an application to change them and they're granted.
But you haven't got a physical bridge with a listing which protects us with the weight limit, and I have my doubts that OCC would refuse that, but there we are. Maybe you would. That's in the air. There's certainly an opportunity, unless you don't have the slip road, for those lorries to go onto the Hif.
Okay, the separate point you mentioned is the A34 point.
Yeah.
And it's dealt with also in Ms. Curry's rebuttal, next paragraph 3.9. Ms. Curry says, Chris Hancock, Dr. Jones, Roger Williams all raised the issue that the scheme will attract traffic from the A34 to the scheme, which will have an impact on the surrounding villages. And she says 310, diversion from the A34 is discussed at paragraphs 410, 421 of her appendix 2.7, together with the map shown at figure 1 in paragraph 421. These paragraphs use information from a previous response in the same matter. And the short point, without trawling through the references, is that the modelling evidence, transport modelling evidence, and the view of the transport planners in addition to the modelling evidence is that diversion from the A34 in any significant numbers just will not happen because the Hif road is not an attractive road for strategic HGV traffic.
Well, neither's the B4016, but we regularly, when the A34 is blocked, get HGVs coming down and turning round on our little triangle called the NAP with great difficulty because they can't go over the bridge. I mean, okay, you know, we're talking scale here, but you can't say that it doesn't happen.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Dr. Jones. Thank you, Madam. Those are my questions.
Thank you. When you say that happens, what sort of numbers of vehicles are we looking at?
What HGVs coming down?
No, not, yes, vehicles that you've just said will divert from the A34.
Well, I can't
blocked.
comment on private vehicles because it's difficult to tell.
Right.
Obviously. But we do sometimes, I mean, I'm sometimes in my front garden, I think, well, there's a lot of traffic, and I'll have a look at Google Maps, and indeed, I'll see a great big red line on the A34. So there's no doubt that...
I'm very sorry. Dr. Jones is turning away from the microphone.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
She's inaudible.
Shall I start again? Okay. So I can't comment on private vehicles because private vehicles are difficult to tell where they've come from and where they're going to. I have personally experienced an unexpected increase in traffic on Main Road during the day, and usually if I look at my Google map I can see that the A34 is in trouble, and this results in people trying to find another way round. And as I explained in my main evidence, I'm also guilty of the same, impacting other villages in Oxfordshire. Regarding HGVs, to be honest, it's usually international HGVs who get in a bit of a muddle, and they follow their sat-navs and maybe don't have the relevant weight restriction information on them and then get stuck. But at the moment, Appleford and Sutton Courtenay are protected from HGV impact from A34 blockages by our weight restrictions. We have no idea what would happen if we didn't have those weight restrictions, but I suspect it wouldn't be pleasant.
Thank you. If you can just bear with me.
Of course.
See if I've got... Just your proof, paragraph 17.1.
The original proof, yeah. Yes.
You returned to this point about that it doesn't just rearrange different traffic. It will bring additional HGV traffic into Appleford and Sutton Courtenay. So the additional traffic, you're saying that's will divert off other roads because these roads will seem more attractive.
Yeah, and when I say into the parish, it's because that land is within our parish.
To the parish,
yes.
So rather than Appleford Village.
Correct.
Thank you. And is that... We've heard throughout the inquiry and also this morning about the additional housing and employment proposed in the area. If the road didn't go ahead, what do you think the impact of that would be on Appleford in terms of additional growth?
Well, I'm sure we will experience additional traffic. I think we'll experience additional traffic even if the Hif Road does go ahead, because the Hif1 Didcot development has exit roads which are far closer to Appleford than they are to the north, well, sort of equidistant from Appleford to the Northern Perimeter Road.
Sorry, which one was that? Northeast
Didcot. Didcot. So that's the building that's going on at the moment and is coming out towards Appleford from Ladygrove. And for persons there who want to go to work in Culham, Abingdon or Oxford, they are going to, I'm sure, turn left as they come out of the estate and come through Appleford to then perhaps join the Hif at the junction, rather than double back on, into Didcot, go along the perimeter road and join the Hif in that area. So I think we're going to experience increasing traffic either way. I'm a bit of a believer in congestion in terms of being a promoter of more sustainable transport, because if it gets difficult to drive, people will look for options. I mean, you can only look at going into London. Nobody in their right minds would commute into London. They're going to take the train because it's impossible to drive into London. And it's going to be impossible to drive into Oxford, and people are going to look for different ways to do it. And I would have thought it would be the county council's responsibility to provide those alternatives.
So just on that point, we've heard throughout the inquiry about the bus company and the school bus company saying that the level of congestion impacts on the service they can provide.
Yes.
So although you're saying that you believe in congestion, how do you think, as an alternative in an area like this and where the railway line is, the bus would be one of the public transport, probably the main public transport solution? I think that's even come from one of your own group.
Yeah.
How do you think that can be resolved with the level of congestion?
Well, I'm not a public transport expert, so I would just simply be going from first principles here. But just as, for instance, the school runs, if public transport ran regularly through Appleford, people would not take their children to school in the car. They'd put them on the bus, but we don't have a bus. And, you know, if people put their children on the bus, the cars wouldn't be there to cause the congestion and the bus could get through. It's a bit of a circular argument, I know. But
so where's the, in terms of secondary schools, because primary schools tend to be, people are more likely to walk. Secondary schools, where's the nearest secondary school to Appleford?
Well, for Appleford, it's quite interesting, actually, that when I first moved there, the young people mostly went to Didcot, St Marinus or the Didcot Girls' School. And that has now fundamentally changed. And the majority of the young people are going to the Europa School. And this is because, I think, the Europa School's policy of providing bus transport. Apart from the fact that it's a very good school and it's close, they do provide transport, and so people don't have to get into their cars to take their child to school. So this is a really good example of how things can be improved by the provision of better solutions.
So does the bus that serves the Europa School, is that one of the bus routes?
It's not a bus route, it's a private bus provided by...
And that stops in the village?
It does.
It does.
Now, unfortunately, there have been various attempts at putting a bus through Appleford, but they've all been rather half-hearted, and nobody's had any confidence that they were going to last. And they were sort of like one bus that you could stay in Abingdon for 2 hours and then you had to go home again once a week. Well, nobody's going to get rid of their car on that basis. I mean, something has to be, there has to be much more of a commitment to sustainable transport for people to actually put their cars in the garage or sell them.
Okay. And coming back to the other point, that if there's a growth in housing, you're saying that some of it will come through Appleford anyway. So are you saying that the Hif probably wouldn't reduce the amount of traffic that goes through Appleford, or not significantly?
I'm not in a position to say for certain, but there are certainly concerns that it would. I mean, it might reduce the amount that we would have otherwise had, if you see what I mean. But I'm not sure that it will actually reduce it in total.
Thank you. So at 17.3, you talk about the Science Bridge,
Yeah.
and you say that north-south HGV traffic to and from the A34 and the M40 will be routed onto the Hif1 road.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the point you made previously about diversion?
Reassignment, I've been
Reassignment,
told. I
sorry.
used the term diversion incorrectly
Right.
in my original document.
But that's that point.
Well,
so they
that it's
wouldn't
there.
join. They wouldn't join the M40 or the A34 in Oxford. Do you think one of the ring roads up there?
Well, I think if you've got traffic that's heading north towards the M1, for instance, and it would normally go up to the M40 and then across and then up, I think, and the A34 got blocked, I foresee that traffic would come through that way and then rejoin the A34 either at Watlington or at Stadhampton area.
Okay.
Stadhampton? I don't mean Stadhampton, do I?
Sorry, it's 17.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes, I was just thinking about my map.
Right. 17.4, you talk about the roundabout will create on the B4106 to allow access onto the Hif Road will create a run through Appleford from Didcot. Can you just explain that a bit more?
I read an interesting discussion about that in the environmental statement, and there's been some discussion as to whether having a roundabout or a junction makes coming through Appleford more or less attractive to people seeking to avoid congestion. And it said in the environmental statement that not having any connection at all at that point would increase or put us back to worse congestion at the Culham crossing. So I think these are all very complex things to model. However, I think the fact that you could get onto the Hif1 by going through Appleford really supports the point that we discussed before about North East Didcot, that persons wanting to travel north towards Abingdon or towards Oxford or Culham for their jobs or otherwise would be likely to come through Appleford and join the Hif at that roundabout stroke junction.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my questions for you. Mr. Woolley, do you want to re-examine?
You've mentioned many times your concern about the southern part of Appleford in particular, in terms of noise and pollution. What's your solution to that problem? First of all, ideally.
I think my solution has changed over time. My original solution was along the lines of the alternative route which was suggested in consultation with the parish council and others to take the road at that point further west, albeit there would have been some complications with the ponds, etc.
How far west?
I think it was about 150 to 200 metres.
Yes.
Which would have a significant impact in that it would mean that we wouldn't have to take out the woodland or damage the woodland that is currently shielding that part of Appleford from the industrial site. And of course, as has been pointed out by the experts, the impacts of noise and pollution do go down exponentially. So the further you move it away, the bigger the impact. So, but over time and with consideration, as I said at the end of my statement, without wishing to be trite, having recently watched Frozen Planet 2 and the concerns regarding the climate change and the speed at which the ice caps are melting, etc. I just think we need to be more ambitious, and I would rather that we were more ambitious about finding a sustainable method of moving people around. I just think putting a road in is a very temporary, expensive and harmful solution to a problem that we should be addressing in another way.
Thank you, Madam. Those are my only questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's 4:30. So I know I was told Mr. Lansbury was around, but I don't think it's sensible to start his evidence now.
No, Madam, I tend to agree, and you usually have a mid-afternoon break. If we had a break as well for him to get down here and set up, there'd be even less time. I think he's going to be the only witness tomorrow. I think my original time estimate of about an hour in chief is probably about right. I mean, these things are not always precisely as you expect. I don't know if there is a time estimate for the cross-examination. Perhaps Mr. Woolley can tell us, but I don't think we're going to have any difficulty at all completing Mr. Lansbury tomorrow, and in all likelihood completing him tomorrow morning.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to, I just wanted a moment or two on the programme actually going forward.
I'm told we've also got Councillor Hicks coming tomorrow. Sorry.
That's correct. So I think we can hear him first probably.
Yes.
And then, sorry. So after we adjourn tomorrow, we've got a 2-week break. When we return, I've discussed this with the programme officer, but just happy to seek views on it at this point, that we will prepare a programme based on Mr. Hancock being the first witness when we return.
Yes.
And that will be what we hope we can adhere to. What we will put together some sort of draft programme should Mr. Hancock not be available, but I think if Mr. Hancock's not available, then if we can have as much notice as possible, and I don't know whether anyone else can adopt his evidence or whatever the solution is available. I would urge the parties to try and agree it amongst themselves and come to me with a solution. That's probably
Of course,
more
we'll
effective.
do our very best.
But
Madam,
hopefully he'll be available then.
Could I just advise, I got an update literally
Oh, you've got an
minute
update,
or
sorry.
two ago. So his wife has been released from hospital, so he most likely will be available sometime during the week when we recommence. It's not a question of substituting for him, it's just a question of what day. So that's good news.
That is good news. So we look to accommodate him on the Tuesday that we return. Okay. I'm not inviting him to put further documents in, but if there are, they need to come in as early as possible, not on the day.
Yes.
I don't think there'll be further documents.
He's already produced
He's produced his documents, I think, over a week ago. So,
Thank you. And on that basis, I understand that some of the parties, in terms of the orders inquiry, it's anticipated some of those objections may be withdrawn.
That's our current expectation. We're sort of at an advanced stage of negotiations on heads of terms and so on. I won't identify which witnesses, so as not to not to reveal who we're at an advanced stage of negotiation with to protect them. But certainly my expectation is that quite a number of them will end up being withdrawn. It may be that one or two are not, but that we're able to produce a position statement between the parties that certainly reduces, if not even does away with, the need for evidence and cross-examination, but we just need to see.
It's very difficult. Sometimes you anticipate it withdrawn and it's not.
Yes, exactly.
So what my thought was, given that we have an extra witness to fit in, and I think 17th of April we've got 4 witnesses, which to me seems too many for one day, that perhaps we keep the Friday the 19th as reserve day for the conditions and any overspill from the witnesses, the planning witnesses that week, and have closing submissions on Tuesday the 23rd.
Yes.
That would give a little break for you to prepare them if the orders is likely to be shorter.
That's absolutely fine, because they're going to be in writing. That means I can have an input. In fact, on the 23rd I have to do a case in the Court of Appeal, and I'm afraid...
Sorry, I can't...
On the 23rd, in fact, I have to do a case in the Court of Appeal, and I'm afraid they pull rank. So I have to be there. But of course, it will be in writing, and Mr. Flanagan will be here, and his speaking voice is nicer than mine anyway. So I don't I'd very much like to be here, and I apologise, but I'm just told of the date and I have to be there.
Okay. I just, at the moment, it seems to me that we will perhaps struggle to get to closing submissions that week.
I absolutely agree. I'm raising no objection to this. I'm just giving you my apology in advance.
Okay. So we'll proceed on that basis, and then I'll just remind you, I don't know if you've got any modifications to the orders, but if you do, can I have a schedule sort of the week before, some point in the week where we're hearing the planning evidence? I know by their very nature most of them are quite minor often, but if there's anything that we might need to discuss, it's easier to do it. So I think that's all I've got. Anything from anyone else?
I can assure the inquiry that my cross-examination of Mr. Lansbury will not take 5 hours.
Excellent.
More like 30 to 45 minutes.
Thank you for that. So,
Sorry, Madam, could I just advise on the week commencing the 16th for a couple of days, almost like Mr. Humphreys, who has to go to the Court of Appeal. I've been told by a higher authority again that I can't be here on the Tuesday and Wednesday, but there will be somebody else in my role.
Thank you for that. Is it still practical for you for all any submissions to come through yourself, or are you elsewhere? And
possibly through Mr. Templin.
Right. Can you just make sure Mr. Templin's aware that it must be copied to the council as well?
No, I'll give him the full list.
You have the full list. If it can be either yourself or Mr. Templin, so we're not getting random documents
Absolutely.
in and not knowing who they're represented by. So is there anything else?
Yes, I omitted to say that my cross-examination of Mr. Lansbury may refer to Mr. Ung's proof, but no other document.
Mr. Ung's. Thank you for that. Okay. Is there anything else? No? Okay, well, we'll resume at 10 o'clock in the morning then. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.